Previously on Lords of Aion. Things finally started to happen for you guys.
Did they?
You got actual military power. You got people to do what you say. You got titles. And most importantly, you have a plan. You also have things that every single one of you says that you've wanted to do. Now, even though the end of the last session had a time skip, by popular demand, we are actually going to be completely ignoring the time skip, and we'll be going back to... This will literally be the day after the battle planning session last time.
Wait a minute, are you saying we had a flash?
So what happened was...
turning into Lost?
No, this will not be turning into Lost. Any and all references to Lost will result in your characters being permanently banished to that island with no backup characters.
Previously on Lost. Nox, why'd you make a smoke monster? I don't know!
Purgatory! Who's that polar bear here?
Oh, it was in these experiments in the 60s, because that makes sense.
You know, if the Toonbach was on that island, it would be a much more interesting TV show.
It would have been.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I need to very briefly explain a few things real quick. Just first off, because you guys have such fancy positions and titles now, the game has changed. You guys are no longer just an adventuring party. You are an administrative unit. You have underlings. You have people who will actually do what you say. You can give out orders to large or small quantities of NPCs. So, as such, I've taken the liberty of compiling brief lists for every single one of you of just a general outline of what your responsibilities are, as well as which specific NPCs you guys have underneath your command. None of these are particularly secret from each other, so I'm just going to post all of these into the main chat. I'll start with Lita. Okay. Let's separate these, just so it's easier to read. Okay. Next up is Enzo.
Zutite.
I don't know why Discord puts the top and the bottom one so close together, but
you can just put a line in between each person's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll do that.
Make a line of
here we go.
Ones.
No, you can just do. If you hold underscore down for a little while and then just
like this. How's that?
I just wish it was.
That works.
Yeah, right there, Temme. You sound a little stuffed up.
Yes, that is the truth.
Oh, jeez.
Dude,
back to back bacterial infection.
Ah.
You gotta stop doing blow. You gotta stop doing blow, dude. Wait, nose candy is no good. But it's right there, though.
I'm going to skip over Gabrielle as she is not here.
Apparently, okay, according to the latest Roanoke gaming video, he said at one time in a party, he walked into a back room and there was a 50-year-old dude snorting lines off a table, and he looked up at him and was just like, hey, and he was just like, and I noped the fuck out.
That's what you do.
Who's this?
Malediction? You know who that is.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was.
I've been here all along.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was a new pseudonym. This.
I think I said it in the second session she came back, or the first. Yeah. One of those.
Yeah. Oh, Vess. Yeah, she's had a full name this whole time. Just nobody ever calls her that. Not even the other.
I'm saying I prefer Malediction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I forgot to put the dividing line.
How dare you?
Okay, I misread Canvas as criminal.
Well, same thing,
it's
really.
A smooth criminal.
Okay, so again, that is just a very brief outline of your a general outline of your responsibilities and the NPCs you guys have under your command. I'd recommend copying these and keeping them on your character sheets, just so that you have quick access to them if you ever need them. So that way you know, just in case any of you think, okay, I need to order somebody around or send someone to get something for me. Who can I order to do this? Like, you just have this list.
Are these the only named NPCs I have? Because Skrigor's just there for materials.
Well, that's the other thing. That's actually the other thing I was going to get into. Some of you have actually requested specific NPCs to work for you guys, and I've told you in the past that there might be conflicts with some of those, so they need the approval of the field marshal first. So yeah, like if you guys can think of any other named NPCs who want to have work for you guys, all you need to do is just go to the field marshal, since she's in charge of everybody, and ask, "Hey, can I have this person?" And it will be up to Zach to approve or disapprove.
Well, I'm pretty sure I
Approved.
I think it's good. I'm going to assume that I also have, the people who are already working for me, like Sultan and Arif.
Well, I mean, those technically do require the approval of the field marshal, but if Zach approves that, then go ahead.
They were already my employees.
Well, then go. Yeah. Well, then go ahead. Add them to the list on your character sheet.
Okay, I'm just going to say this to make this process easier. Mm-hmm. Anybody who was working with and or under you prior to this bullshit, approved.
Who the fuck is Potato?
Potato is Boris's younger sister.
Cousin.
Yeah, younger cousin. Sorry, my mistake.
And she's like the best sniper we have.
Actually, believe it or not, yes, she is. Like, I'll get more into this when we start talking in game. But yeah, Grant, you are asking about your best sharpshooters. She's the best. Her cousin Boris is actually third best. The second best is a guy you've never heard of, named Taniel of the Blackwater. We'll get more into that once we start talking in character.
Who's Arif Johnson?
Yeah, good.
Arif Johnson, he's the captain of the Maid Inspector. You remember way back when you killed Captain Alex, there was this one black guy who you just put your hand on his shoulder and went, "You're the captain now."
I swore his name was Arlo.
No, that's a different character. His name was Arav. It's always been Arav. I checked my notes.
When the fuck did Arlo get here?
Arlo's always been here.
Arlo's been here for years at this point.
Well, you see, this Arlo actually knows how to hide because magic is illegal in this country. Also, he's been in the sewers dealing with the Skaven all this time and making a coat out of their skin.
Fucking horror.
A rat coat.
Well, I was going to say, he's a blue muppet who won't shut up about Pikmin.
But yeah,
I thought it was the guy who lived in Florida who sold me illegal arms.
So before we move on, does anybody have any questions about your responsibilities or your NPCs? Go ahead, Grant.
I don't remember who Windsor Goodwood is. Who's that?
You never mentioned him by name. He's the halfling guy who works at that alchemist shop outside the city. He's going to be making health potions for you.
Okay, good. That's the guy I wanted. So, yeah. Also, I don't know if they're named or anything, but I was requesting for the college NPCs that for the chemists because we need their help for the war effort.
That is coming. It's just they are not here yet, and that's another thing I'll bring up. You guys will be getting more NPCs. They just have not been introduced yet. These are the ones that, these are the ones that you guys know of.
What is Skrigor gonna do besides sit in his cage and be miserable as he eats honey?
I don't know. The only reason I put him there was because he technically, even to sitting in that cage, he is under your command.
Yeah, because I'm just using his scales and letting him grow back until so I can make flame breath rounds for catapults and stuff.
That is a morbid existence.
Hey, when dragons don't exist, you gotta use the next best thing.
Alright. Okay. Alright, so since there appear to be no other questions about that, just one other thing I want to mention, and then we'll get started properly. So, because all of you are organized in this manner, going into these next few sessions and into the war in general, instead of just like regular sessions, what you guys are going to get is missions. And for this rotation, we're going to be doing basically field tests of these to see how they work, see what does and what doesn't, so that when the war actually begins, we'll all know what we're doing. But yeah, like the way I'm gonna have this work is like when you guys get one of these missions, it's going to go to the one of you that it's best suited to. Like say for instance, if it's a spy mission, Anaris is going to get it. If it's a supply mission, Burchill's going to get it. If it's like a top secret mission, Lita's going to get it. And like initially, it's just going to be you that knows this information, and it's going to be up to you to decide. Okay, it's like okay, so like we have this mission. Who in the party do I bring with me on this mission? Who do I tell about it? And how do we organize the mission? Now, obviously, like say for instance, if it's a spy mission for Anaris, not all of you guys can go on a spy mission because not all of you are sneaky. That being said, however, just because you can't go on the spy mission with Anaris does not mean that you guys cannot be not involved. Like if you guys can like think of a clever way that you can be involved, like besides the actual spying, like say maybe providing support, like maybe Burchill is flying around on Horus and using that eagle eye sight he has to like spot enemy targets or things like that. But like if you guys can think of a clever way that you're involved, then you can help. You can still help with the mission. And even if you guys aren't helping with the mission, this is war. Things can happen very unexpectedly, very fast. So I can just, without warning, say Anaris is on her spy mission, and then suddenly, Lita, by the way, something in Sanctuary has exploded.
By the way, the plague has broke out again.
So, but yeah, pretty much, yeah. So, but yeah, so like that's the way I want to do this, and just to jump feet first into this, to begin this session, we're actually going to start out with one of these.
Can we use the D100 since this is basically risk?
Not yet.
Oh.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Go ahead.
I think.
No, I was gonna. Oh. No, I was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a list of like missions right now. So I'm gonna roll to see which one it lands on, and then we'll start the session proper. And
I thought this was a free session.
Oh, it is. But like I mean,
like for us to do whatever we wanted to do.
No. You do no. It is. It's just like you guys can still do whatever you want. It's just I'm gonna give you this on top of the thing. So just like if you guys don't know what to do at the moment, you can just go back and be like, oh yeah, there's this thing.
All right.
Basically, it's our to-do list. Like, oh, we're doing our stuff. Oh yeah, this is happening.
All right. So Wheel of Morality. Turn. What is the lesson that we should learn?
I'm back.
You're talking to the wrong people about morality lessons.
Yeah.
Nox.
Animaniacs didn't teach me shit.
It's like
other than there's joy in the suffering of others.
Oh shit! I accidentally scrolled away from it. I'm an idiot.
Nox just hears the name and wakes up. What?
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Nox. Your office and lab still need to be set up, and orders need to be given on exactly what you want you and all of your assistants to be doing during the war effort. Chara Van Offerman has offered to give you a lab. You do not know the details of this. This is just something he offered in the War Council meeting, but refused to elaborate at that time.
It's probably a meth lab, but I can repurpose that.
But yeah, you see, this is what I'm getting at. Is like Nox, this is your mission because it falls under your purview. So this is your mission, but you can decide what other party members you want to bring in on this, and like if you tell the other party members if they want to be involved in this somehow, they can be.
All right, I think if I'm gonna be giving myself a brand new munitions factory, I'm gonna need Burchill because he's gonna be supplying me.
All right, but we will get into that right now as we transition to in character. What are all of you guys doing right now? It is the morning after your War Council meeting. It's getting colder. Lita is still pregnant, and you guys have a laundry list of things you need to do. Yeah?
How early in the morning is it? Because that'll determine what I'm doing.
Blah!
Yeah. Like, is it like I just woke up? Because I guarantee you.
You know what? I'm gonna roll my D100 because Grant mentioned this earlier.
Do it!
Oh god.
It actually landed on 65, so I'm going to say like 10:30. The morning has passed, but like nobody's doing anything as of yet.
Got it.
Well, I mean, people are doing things, but you know what I mean.
Cartoons are on.
Mm-hmm. So you get. Oh, just because it's later in the morning. Lita, word of this would have gotten back to you. Gabrielle was actually given a mission of her own, so she will be dealing with that while you guys are dealing with your things, thus explaining her absence. But yes, you guys all had things you wanted to do. It's up to you how to begin.
I'm at my desk.
Okay, and what are you doing at your desk?
I'm just saying I'm at my desk. Everybody else can go first. I'm still waking up.
Okay.
I think Nox is
Morning workout.
Morning workout?
Morning workout for Anaris.
What does your morning workout consist of?
Well, there's a wall.
There are many walls.
Well, the wall's going to have a few dents in it.
Well,
I was 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10K run every single day.
The problem is I'm not going to do that. I want to keep my hair.
Anaris, roll sneak attack damage.
On the wall?
Yes, on the wall.
I'll be here a while. Give me a sec. I got to roll like 14.
So
while
you're
12
doing
hours later.
While you're doing that, what's everyone else doing?
Well, I guess Nox is thinking about the offer of the meth lab and better get it started as soon as possible, but he's also thinking, well, some rich guy's going to bankroll it, so I'm going to need my supplier there, so I'm going to have to contact Burchill.
Okay, so we'll start there. We don't have to roleplay you walking over to Burchill because you guys are pretty familiar with where everyone else is at this point.
I just phase into existence in his living room.
Yes, Burchill. Wherever you are, like Nox T poses through the wall, no clip style.
This morning, I assume Burchill just has a mug of coffee. He's wearing his silk stoleless escarobe.
And then, oh wait, no, Nox. Important question: are you going as yourself, or are you going as Dr. Fritz?
Well, when I get to the house, I'll be myself. But then when we go to meet the Char, I'll have to be as Dr. Fritz.
All right. So yeah,
God, that wall's going down.
Okay, Anaris, in the process of your morning workout, you punch a hole in the wall. like literally, you just go. Think of that what you will.
That happens frequently.
Who
Lita
gave
can
her
get
monster
involved.
energy?
Lita has plenty of walls.
So so this was in Lita's house.
Yeah,
Zach, roll perception.
Living with Lita.
Zach, roll perception. Let's see if you heard that.
Fuck.
Who gave this crazy girl monster energy drink?
Well, she is a monster.
So she just naturally produces it. She bleeds it.
Yep. It's in my veins.
That's fucking 20.
Well, there you go.
We'll get to the two of you in a minute.
Goddamn Anaris!
Yeah, we'll get to the two of you in a minute.
I can't find a gift of it. I was trying to find the Paul Phoenix punching through the brick wall.
But yeah, Nox and Burchill, since you two spoke up first, you're on first.
But who's on second?
We'll find out.
Morning.
Morning, Nox.
Hey, so about that meeting yesterday, I was giving it a think over. Are you busy right now?
But Burchill looks down with his pot of coffee and his silk robe, like,
Not exactly, but it is early in the morning.
and well, I'll need to get dressed because I'm not wearing anything under this robe.
Understandable. But I was thinking of actually putting on my other face and going to meet with Chara in order to get my new lab, and I know it's probably gonna need to be supplied with materials, and you're the guy supplying everything, so I'll probably need your eye and know what you can be able to transport and stuff.
It's like, what's this about another face? Like Delilah says as she walks into the room, but then as soon as she sees you, Nox, she just immediately relaxes. Like, morning, Nox. Would you like some coffee?
I'm good. Never touched the stuff.
Oh, okay. That's probably for the best. I've been finding myself needing it more and more lately.
I never touch the stuff, he says as he opens up a thermos of blood.
It's me!
Transylvania style, got it.
I never needed coffee. I freebase.
Okay. Alright, so Delilah, who, by the way, Nox, looks about as pregnant as Lita, just walks on into the other room to grab more of her things, because she needs to get the fuck out of this city sooner rather than later.
Nox just flashes back to whenever he had to deal with babies and goes like, Burchill looks nice and young and handsome. He's going to be losing some of that color in his hair.
Well, the good news is Burchill is loaded as fuck, so he'll be fine. Also, he's going to get paid when his house gets destroyed. Sorry, I'll take care of that.
Oh yeah, we do have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Is there a way we can insure this entire city, pretend we all died, and then rake in the dough in an offshore account?
No. Zariel's not that far ahead yet.
Damn it. Okay.
Yes, just I guess give me some time to prepare, and we'll take care of that. Though with the supplies, it may take a bit for me to get them, depending on where exactly they are. I mean, most of the stuff that you make, I don't think I just have lying around in the warehouse.
Yeah.
With that in mind, Nox, I'd just like to remind you, some of the materials you use for your bombs are illegal.
You don't say.
Just wanted to remind you of that.
It's wartime.
Illegal bombs.
What do you mean you need me to get you bleach and ammonia?
Human skin.
Alright, so Nox just thinks, how clean do you want your latrines?
Remember, according to the Pathfinder rulebook, mustard gas is a minor irritation.
Or not, it was a... What's the word they use? It's not minor irritation.
Minor irritation, that's what it said.
I thought it was like mundane something or another. Hold on.
Yeah, mundane irritation.
Mundane hazard, that's what they called it.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, remember, in Pathfinder, mustard gas is a mundane hazard.
But yeah, in order to get that much ammonia, I would have had to invented the actual Fritz Harbor thing for actual crops in order to get that much ammonia. So I'm like, I don't think I'm inventing mustard gas anytime soon.
Alright. So anyway, Burchill.
I was going to say, turns out the nuclear bomb is only 1d20 damage.
So anyway, Burchill, while you're getting dressed, Lita, while you are sitting at your desk doing, well, whatever it is you're doing, just suddenly from somewhere in your house, you just hear,
Falcon punch.
Yeah. Like, it definitely sounded like something broke. You have no idea what, or really much of an idea where, but something definitely broke.
Lita puts down her quill and parchment.
You win some, you lose some.
Which,
I'm going
by the way,
get up. Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I'm going to get up and go investigate the noise.
Which I suppose I should be asking now, Anaris, where were you holding your morning training session?
In the room, obviously.
Oh,
in the same room as Lita?
No. I think she had her own room in a sense.
yes.
Okay. So, alright, so Lita, you walk in the direction of Anaris' room. I'm going to assume the door is closed, just because.
Yeah.
How do you approach?
As Lita dressed in her, she's dressed.
I would hope so.
Her I guess Lita's dressed in like her more comfortable like traveler's clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Except, she can't exactly button the vest all the way because of the obvious.
Because of the infection.
The parasite.
The parasite is still within you.
This is
The
not Darling in the
symbiote.
Franks.
We must cut
This is
it
not
out.
Darling in the Franks. Let's not call them that here.
That's what they are.
All children are parasites, technically.
Yes. Darling in the Franks was right. All children are parasites.
Joe says the parasite in Washington, it belongs to
Thanks
you.
to everything.
Yeah.
My brother was actually telling me he watched.
When
Darling
did
in
you
the
get
Franks
the government
recently, 'cause-
inside of you, Lita? It's always been there.
Yeah.
My brother was actually telling me he watched the entirety of that show recently because he's been suffering from insomnia, and he says it's terrible.
What show?
Darling in the Franks.
It's your brother, dude.
It is pretty bad.
I heard it fell off real hard though.
As soon as it went to space. Because every series has to go to space.
All right.
Anyway,
Every series.
Yeah.
Lita just kind
Anyway,
of stands at the door for a second, and then just kind of like knocks.
Yes.
malediction. There is a knock
Yeah.
at your door.
I've already got my fist out of the wall.
Okay.
Can I come in?
Sure.
I walk in, and I guess
Tarp up on it.
Lita, you rolled a natural 20
Really
for
badly
perception, so
done
I'll just. You rolled a natural
Lita,
20 for perception, so I'll just give you
yeah.
this. As soon as you walk into the room, you know immediately what happened.
Yeah, give me a second.
That coat shouldn't be inside the wall.
What's up?
So,
Lita, I guess Lita looks at you, looks at the wall, looks at you.
there's a tarp on the wall. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing
Yeah.
behind it.
There's nothing behind there.
Lita looks at her. Lita looks at Mel. Just goes. I can requisition training dummies, right?
You should probably do that.
Lita goes. Got it. I'll send for some immediately, and I'll also send for a couple of members of the construction guild, because I do expect my house to eventually be filled with holes because of the war. I don't exactly need my house guests putting them in there for me.
Well, it's an open concept house.
Lita looks at you. Anaris, I've thrown up twice this morning. Don't make me grab my slipper.
Yeah, you should have that parasite looked at right there. I think it's affecting you.
Lita goes. Lita stands there, like touches the bridge of her nose, and goes. Okay, one.
Careful, it's going to come out just like chest first. Just.
Okay, Anaris, I'm going to ask you a very frank question. Have you ever actually learned about anatomy
Yes.
besides the breaking of bones?
Yeah. I learned the basics of it right there. You're specifically, you are also not a regular person. I half expect myself to just lay thousands of eggs right there. And then unleash my children upon the world, is what I expect to happen.
Lita takes a look and just kind of goes, what the fuck?
Did you think when Nox had his kids, they were tiny little bats?
Actually, Lita kind of goes, wait. Nox has kids?
You know this.
yeah.
He had kids.
Well,
Nox has
well,
never made a
it's
secret of
true,
this to
right?
the party.
well, no, I guess.
I haven't
Well,
seen him in
he's
20-odd years.
right. Well, it's the whole thing of like, well, like I guess Lita at this point she just thinks like, oh yeah, he has kids. I guess it's in the sense of like, oh, like Anaris, like they're foundlings. Like, oh, I took them in under my wing. And she go, wait.
I will say that you know that.
Father, but I don't know.
I will say you do know that Nox has kids, but he has never once talked about them ever.
Yeah, I guess Lita just kind of goes.
Do you think they have kids to be little fat ones, or little fat kitties? Or little kitties, probably little fat kitties.
What?
Yeah, 20
Dragon
odd
Ball
years,
Z.
my boy was about 17 and getting married, so yeah, I'm probably a grandfather and I just don't know it.
My boy!
I guess Lita goes, right. No, I guarantee you they weren't, like, little bats, and they probably didn't, like, swing upside down from their crib.
That's disappointing.
Look, when this child is born in a few months, it'll be in the...
Kicking and screaming and covered in blood.
Yeah, that's how we all enter this world.
That's how I'm gonna leave it too.
Says the test tube baby.
That's how I plan to leave it. Yeah.
Screaming and covered in someone else's blood.
This is blood. Screaming and covered in someone else's blood.
And naked.
But Lita's just like, that's how all of us come into the world, says the test tube baby.
Yep. Says the fucking abomination.
Look.
Technically, you and Nox are more abominations than Lita.
Racist.
Test tube baby. Racist.
We're all freaks here. Especially Robert Burchill. He's the freakiest freak of all, that damn
Wow, that
human.
guy's just a fucking weirdo right there.
Yeah, pure human, like jeez.
Ugh, what's wrong with you? What are you? I'm a human. What type of variant? Oh, I'm a regular human. What a freak.
And Enzo and Gabrielle are also regular humans.
Are they?
Oh,
God,
shit.
they're sweating.
Alright, but I guess Alita says, okay, how about this? I'll get you a couple training dummies within the day. No more putting holes in my walls, okay?
Hey, it's an artistic expression.
Yeah, and there'll be an artistic expression when I slap you upside the fucking head.
If is good.
Actually, you know what? Actually, Lita says, and floors and ceilings. Just pointing that out there.
Got it. Destroys the sink. Didn't say sinks.
Yeah. But Lita.
Just reminding you of that because we did talk about it.
But Lita just kind of goes, look, if there's anything else you need, I'll be in my desk. I'll be.
I need someone to work for me.
Who?
I got his name here. Give me a sec. No. Tons of spiders come out. Don't know how that got there. Give me a sec here.
Somehow your Fennec Fox comes out of your sleeve, even though Asariel had it.
Give me a sec here. Pulls out the wire from her arm. Oh, I forgot I got that installed here. This is going to be worthless here. It's like the cyberpunk where you pull that out.
You literally just watched Anaris pull a wire out of her wrist and then put it back. It was kind of freaky.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to roll a thing.
I still have those installed.
As soon as she sees that, Lita looks at Anaris and goes, excuse me 1 minute. Walks around the corner. You hear the bathroom door slam shut. And then you hear...
Shadow beats. No, somebody beat the raid. Cool.
1 run. 1 kill.
Yeah, this isn't a hard boss. People literally beat this with a sidearm called the Rat King.
What's it?
Which is the best sidearm. I love the fact that the more of you that are in close proximity, the faster it shoots and the faster it reloads.
Nice.
They beat it with a regular sidearm, like a pistol.
But I guess a couple minutes later, Lita comes out of the bathroom. Gone?
Oh, yeah, I found the guy's name. Okay, it's Gaius Ansland.
By the way, Lita, you remember that is the younger brother of Delilah that she told you to watch out for if his name ever crossed your desk.
Why? Lita just kind of goes,
Ooh, hell of a boss came out.
Wait,
she has another brother?
I don't know how many parents this person has.
Yeah, younger brother. Like, he's like 15.
Yeah, he was never mentioned till now.
He's been very important.
Yep. Well, he's
Pretty cool.
also just in the basic army. He hasn't achieved rank or status yet, which is why he's never been mentioned.
Gotta get him some
No, just because I remember, conversations with Delilah, her mentioning like her older brother and her younger sister. I don't recall her ever saying she had a younger brother.
I did make him up like that. So yeah, he's a new addition. But this conversation did happen, and I do remember Mike, you asking me, yes, I want this guy to work for me. I don't know why though.
Maybe he's a bastard, and that's why they didn't acknowledge him.
But someone has to get more glory.
But pretty much the general idea with him though is that like Delilah's older brother was like he served his time in the army. He worked as a knight for his dad. He's been there. He's done that. He's had his accomplishments. But Gaius has no accomplishments because he's so young and he's just joined the army. And because he just joined the army, where do you think the army is right now?
He was the art major, and then his dad didn't like him all that much.
Let's go with that. Sure. Yeah, that's what happened.
It is an abomination.
But so Lita goes, why do you need him?
Give me a sec here. I'm trying to remember how I... It's that one. Oh, I forgot I had that. Mike Rusty just comes out of her neck. Put that back there. Is that in the right slot? Hopefully. I think it was something I heard about this guy. Has promise, so we needed to train him. Something like that.
Lita looks at you with a scrutinizing glance.
I mean, I was talking to this box right there. This box was saying, totally recruit this guy.
Lita just kind of looks at him, looks at you.
What, do you think I'm going to flatline the guy or something?
You have no idea what flatline means, Lita. That's the first time you've ever heard those two words used together in that manner.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. So let me get this straight. You heard about this one soldier who apparently has promise, and you would like to take him under your wing.
I suppose.
Under your wing for what?
I guess training him, I think. I mean, the last few days have been a blur right there. I mean, you have strong stuff here, but you don't have a lot of strong stuff here.
Lita looks at him.
Now you're just imagining Anaris drunk. Horrible thoughts enter your head.
But yes, Lita, as the field marshal, the only way that Anaris will get this person to work for him is if you approve it. Do you approve it?
Well, here's the thing.
End the Anson's bloodline. Do it.
This is vague as fuck, so...
I said end his bloodline so that only
Burchill's
bloodline is corrupts it.
This is
even if you did that, Delilah still has a sister.
Yeah, but that gets diluted and the name doesn't carry over.
Yeah. Blood for the blood god and all that jazz.
About that.
Uh-huh.
Thanks to the shenanigans of the rules of this country, eventually, when the prince sanctifies Lita and Hattori's marriage, more than likely, he's going to become Lord Ilya Ford.
Ha!
Well, I mean, you're the noble and he's not.
Exactly.
He's not a person. Just an elf.
In the eyes of the state, that's true.
God!
So essentially, Lita might as well be marrying a signpost.
You're Lita's bitch. That's all you are. Nothing else.
I love desk. I love lamp.
Give me a smash.
Brick, do you actually love the lamp, or are you just saying that because you saw it?
I love
I
lamp.
like chair.
I love lamp.
But Lita goes,
in the eyes of the law, you're on the same level as that woman who claimed she married the Eiffel Tower.
actually, in the eyes
Their
of the...
love was a love as true as tale of time. Beauty and the tower.
And then the tower cheated on her.
You
I mean, well, Well, I mean, Lita's not going to talk about the size of Tori's penis, but hey. Anyway.
About the size of a Tic Tac.
Those don't exist yet.
Sure.
That's why
Sure.
she pegs him frequently.
Ah.
It's not International Women's Day.
Tell me the truth here, Moxie. Does you let Millie let you peg you? Sometimes. Shit!
It's the size of a
but
Tic
Lita-
Tac. Hey, no, condense Tic Tacs. Here you go.
Here you go. What the fuck?
So, Lita, while you're contemplating all that, Chaz.
Hold on. I just...
Okay.
Just for pregnancy or something, you've gone into a 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, Lita goes...
Nah, I promise I won't blow up a hospital again. There was no one in
Lita,
there last time.
Lita, Anaris has never done this, as far as you're aware.
Well, she did spend an indeterminate amount of time in a parallel universe.
I mean,
So
it was
Lita's
an
kinda
abandoned
goes-
hospital, so there was no one living in there.
Okay, Lita goes... I'll
Hey.
give you... Okay,
Uh-huh.
I'll get back to you on this.
That's just a fancy way of saying no.
No, I want to know this person. I'm going to set up an interview with this Anslin.
Alright.
So yes, well... Wait, is that the end of that conversation?
Lita then basically also walks over, or then looks at the hole in the wall and just kind of goes,
You mean the tarp?
the tarp,
You mean
yes.
tarp. There is no hole here.
Lita takes the tarp down.
Lita,
You see the hole.
you damaged the wall there. This is private property.
Don't try and gaslight me, Anaris. It doesn't work.
I mean, I don't really have the eddies for this right there. I'm going to have to take out a loan from Sariel.
I'm like,
The
yeah,
two,
Lita says,
the
Lita
two of you
goes,
the two of you suddenly hear a voice from nearby, from nearby in the hallway. You are a terrible liar.
Ooh.
Both of you turn to look to see the 7-foot-tall angel.
Oh,
Oh, yeah,
God,
that
again.
dude.
Lita goes,
Does he watch you while you sleep or something?
Actually, he does because Samael does not sleep.
Took 1,048 breaths last night.
It probably did.
He wakes up, you wake up, and he's just sitting there on your bedside like,
God, he reminds me of all the creeps.
Actually, no, it's even worse. 'Cause
about? He's just perched on the end of the bed like a fucking bird.
God,
What you
he
dreaming
reminds
of?
me- he reminds me of a goddamn Borg right there.
Borg.
What you...
It's like Borg, short for term cyborg, combination of flesh and metal.
Lita put... Oh...
Well, he isn't wrong.
Lita just kind of... All these terms are just... Okay. Anaris, you get back to training. No more holes and stings.
What?
Okay, as Lita slams the door, Enzo, what have you been doing this morning? Because I don't want you to feel left out.
Lita, just imagining what her own kid is going to end up like.
Actually, to
Her
give you
own
that...
kid growing up on Anaris in the background. And here's what you're going to do, kid. You're going to do this.
But yeah, not to leave Enzo out. What are you doing this morning?
Well, yesterday was really stressful,
Mm-hmm.
so I had to de-stress.
He's fucking the cat.
Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, I can say the two of you wake up in the same bed.
No.
Now the question is, do you want to wake up in the Red Velvet Room, or do you want to wake up somewhere else because your condo on Temple Isle is still trashed from when the insurgents trashed it, looking for Maxwell, and they're in the process of moving you into a new room on Temple Isle right now because it's much more secure. But they haven't moved all of your stuff yet. So yeah, do you want to wake up in a private hotel room, or do you want to wake up in the Red Velvet Room? It's up to you.
What's the private hotel room?
Okay, so I'll say just because of your prestige, you got the penthouse in the Kingfisher Inn. So yeah, you got the luxury suite, and it's completely free because nobody gives a crap at this point in time. So yeah, you wake up. There's a naked cat girl next to you. What are you gonna do?
Get up. Shuffle out of bed. Walk over to the nearest window. Stare out across the city. And contemplate that 1 year ago I came to this city with a very long-winded mission to make my way out of here. And in less time than I learned to be an actual cleric, I became one of the most powerful people in this city.
Mm-hmm.
And with a wicked, fucking evil grin, trademark to Enzo, I smile. Ended up I've completed the first step in my plan on becoming a cleric. I will fucking change the city. I'm this country one day. For the better.
Okay.
And after a moment or two of this wonderful contemplation, I realize I'm going to be stuck doing clerical work for the next few months.
And it is at that moment you just hear from behind you as Lashinon wakes up and stretches out naked as the day she was born. Seeing you there, just looking out at the city, she just sits up and asks, "Everything okay over there?"
Yeah, just admiring the view.
Right, that's good, because shit's about to get so much worse, so we don't want you losing your marbles right now.
Yeah, if this is all it took to lose my marbles, then I would never have gotten here in the first place.
Yeah, I suppose that's true for all of us. Anyway, I should probably throw some real clothes on and get back to Lita's house. What Creator? So Creator knows that woman's thrown up at least 6 times by now.
Probably.
All right. So before getting dressed, Lashinon walks over to you and just plants a quick kiss on your lips. You do what you have to do, and don't worry. Murder as many people as you like. It's not going to change my opinion of you. And then she runs off and finds her clothes because they're not in any drawer or anything. They're just somewhere in the room.
Probably scattered across the floor.
Yeah, more or less.
Murder as many people as I want. Wasn't that just so enticing?
All right. So, that being said, the two of you guys in different ways for different reasons have gone off to do different things. Who wants to go next, or do you guys want to meet up with any of the other party members?
Go on to Arby's. Got it.
There is no Arby's in Sanctuary.
Well, we're leaving Sanctuary, guys.
Got it.
Yeah, it seems, Lita knows what's going to be doing the thing, Burchill, and knocks that thing, and Enzo's on his own.
But does anyone want to go first, or does anyone want to meet up with another party member to perhaps get involved in their shit?
Well, just don't volunteer and I'll go first.
Okay. So where do you go upon getting your shit together and leaving the hotel room?
He's getting his shit.
Enzo gets down to walks out the front door of the hotel, stretches a little bit as he takes in the city air.
By the way, I will point out there are much fewer civilians in the street now. Like you do see some, but it's so like the hotel you walked out of walks directly into Hierarch Square, which is the open marketplace in the center of the city. And normally this place is abuzz with stands and business of all kinds and people walking into shops. There's none of that. There are no stands. And people are just now beginning to close their shops, and people are actually taking things out of the stores in a neat and orderly fashion right now. But that's subject to change at any given moment.
Problem.
But yeah, people are starting to leave. I want to throw that out there.
Well, I'm making my way over to Temple Island.
All right. Well, walking through the city, you see more of this. You also see that there's more of a military presence in the city now, and actually as part of that, just interesting thing to note, you do not see any elves. You do not know where they are, and you know because you were involved in this, they're not in the bits. But just walking to Temple Isle, you do not see any elves. That said, you do eventually get to the bridge to Temple Isle. You cross the plank that's been put up because part of the bridge has been destroyed, and as is the new decree now, there are at least 2 witch hunters watching both sides of the plank at any given moment. And you actually do have to wait your turn because like they don't try to let too many people cross this plank at once. You know, just because as it only holds so much weight. So like you wait for like 20 people to cross, then like you and 10 other people go, then you get to the other side of the bridge where there's another plank in the same process. So, but yeah, eventually you do find your way back to Temple Isle and to the church. Is there anyone in particular at the church that you're going to see, or are you just going to get your administrative duties started?
Let me get my administrative duties started. I figure someone's at some point is going to try to stop me talking.
Okay, so you walk into Maxwell's office, now your office, and that is your chair and your window and your view, and this is all your stuff now. There's nothing nobody can do about that. So, since you are here and you are now starting your administrative duties, is there anything in particular you would like to write? Any new edicts you would like to issue? Any commands you would like to give? Because you sat down at your station first, you get to issue the first command of this session. But is there anything that needs done that you want to make sure gets done right now?
First things first. All priests, clerics, and clergy that can wield the power of the Creator are now going to go on rotation. I know that there are a couple small little. I know that several of them have other duties. However, all duties are now secondary for military training.
Okay.
And I'm not talking military training. I am talking general purpose military training. First will just be basic boot camp, and we're going to do this in rotation so that we have priests who can still handle the daily jobs necessary, such as any sermons that wish to take place, which may not have an audience, or any healing that needs to be done for any purposes else.
Okay.
I want all priests, clerics, and clergy who are capable of fighting to be combat ready. This does not mean you will actually be fighting. However, I need you to understand how it is to work in a formation, the basic battle tactics and terminology, as well as anything else you need to know to survive.
All right, that's good. So you write out this order and you send it on through the proper channels, and in time, this order will be circulated to everyone within the church. So congratulations! The first order of the campaign and thus the war has been issued. So while you're writing up that, Lita and Anaris or Nox and Burchill, who wants to go first?
Sure.
Alright.
Okay, you spoke up first. So, Burchill, you have finished your coffee, you are dressed, and where do the two of you decide to go from here? I will point out, Burchill, that Chara Van Offenman does work for you. So anything he does, it's kind of falls under your purview.
Yeah, which is kind of
Well, Nox wanted to talk to Charles, so yeah, go right to the man,
Thank you.
All right.
wherever he is.
And I'll make sure I'm in my other face on.
Okay. So yeah, you put on the guise of Dr. Fritz, and you guys actually walk through the city to Chara's house, which Burchill, you've been here before. Nox, you have not. Chara, believe it or not, actually lives on Temple Isle. He has a house. Some of those buildings are houses, and one of them is his. But yeah, it's kind of eerie, actually. It's like you make your way through the city, you reach the bridge, you see the witch hunters. However, Nox, this particular instance, none of the witch hunters actually care that you might be a mage in disguise. Because coincidentally, some of the people crossing this bridge onto Temple Isle are Scarring Guardian mages.
Also,
and they are...
Also, the fact that we're crossing over probably like a replacement plug made of wood over where I blew it up.
That's exactly what it is. Literally, all they did was they just threw down a plank between the two sections that you blew up, and like they're just letting like 15 to 20 people cross it at a time.
Nox just goes like chuckles under his breath as it creaks.
But yeah, like nobody cares about you, Nox, right now because there are actual Scarring Guardian mages crossing this plank to get onto Temple Isle, and unfortunately, due to the rules of the Field Marshal and the Acting Archbishop right now, nobody can stop them. And nobody can do shit about this, so yeah, they're all a little peeved. But because of that, everyone ignores you.
Yay!
But anyway, you guys do get to Chara's house, which Nox, first for you because you haven't been here. Chara actually lives in a really nice place, and when I'm going to assume you knock on the door when you get there.
You know, it would be a lot nicer if it was ashes.
Hmm. Oh, and I need to... Okay, here we go.
Say that Grant does.
Alright. But yeah, when Burchill knocks on the door, this person answers.
I'm gone. Fuck it. I'm out of here. Nox just goes, nope! Just jumps off the cliff.
But before you can do that, this woman who's shorter than both of you just looks up, sees Burchill, is like, "Oh, Robert Burchill. I am assuming you are here to see Lord Van Offerman."
Indeed.
I will take you to him. And without any other motions of her hands or anything else, she just turns around and walks right on inside.
Can I tell that she's got
expecting
a knife
you guys
in
to
her
follow? She probably has a knife in her shoe. Do you want to roll perception to check that?
No,
or do you want to roll anything? Do you want to roll anything else on this woman?
No, because I know she'll kick me in the dick with a knife.
All right. So the two of you are led inside to the Van Offerman estate, where just looking around, you don't need to roll perception for this. Like everybody else in the city, you see that the Van Offermans are preparing to leave. And Nox, because this is your first time here, you actually spot the Kingpin's wife from the Daredevil show. I assume you remember what she looks like.
Bitch!
Yeah. But yeah, you actually see her there, throwing some things into suitcases. You also see two children running about. They look to be about 8 and 9, respectively.
Do I see a blank white painting on the wall somewhere?
Roll perception.
Nah.
Okay.
I was more picturing the painting from Spider-Verse where he's taking up like 75% of it.
There's a plot point in the Daredevil show where Kingpin just owns this like blank white painting, and the only reason he bought it was because like Vanessa was selling it, and like that was the first time he talked to her.
I imagine it's the Spider-Verse one, but it's got Markiplier's face on there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's like, but yes, the two of you are actually led into Chara's private study, where
How does he wipe?
I forgot that was what he looked like in the Spider-Verse. But yeah, the two of you are actually led to Chara's private study, where you see the man just standing at a nearby window and just looking over a bunch of documents. However, at the sound of the door opening, turns around, sees the two of you there, and without saying a word, Roberta the maid closes the door and leaves you be.
And roll for
and seeing you, do you want to roll for initiative?
No.
That's the imposter, Chara. He'll show up later. But yes, with the three of you alone, Chara puts the papers down onto a nearby desk and just walks right up to you. He's like, Robert Burchill, it is good to see you again so soon. Holds out a hand to shake.
Good morning, Chara. Sorry to just drop in on the now out so early, but my associate here has questions about the lab you're procuring for him.
It's like,
And, I mean, of
there's
course,
no need to.
I'm going.
I'm
And
sorry, I
of
didn't mean to interrupt.
course, before it's brought up, I am going to be looking to getting him the materials, but that's going to take time.
Of course, and there is no need to apologize. This is after all war. Things happen. Meetings can be called at any moment. So do not ever feel the need to apologize for dropping in unannounced. Like creator knows in the very near future I may find myself dropping in on you unannounced. But yes, Dr. Fritz, I believe it was. He holds out a hand for you to shake.
That is correct, sir.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, and you are here about the lab.
Yes, you have spoken that you have that you can procure a lab that would be beneficial in producing potions and armaments for this coming conflict.
Indeed. It's like, indeed. However, if I'm to loan this lab to you for the war efforts, I must ask for a minor thing by comparison in return.
Is it monetary gain? Because I'm sure the Field
No.
Marshal can give you anything you need.
No, nothing of the sorts. It is quite simply. I will be loaning this to you, Doctor, for the war effort. And I would very much appreciate it if no questions are asked. Do you understand?
Just killing down outside.
I would say so. I mean, we do not want the enemy to know where we are arming our soldiers now, would we?
This is like, forget the elves for a moment. I do not care about them asking questions. Your field marshal, on the other hand, the new acting archbishop. They will undoubtedly learn of this in time. If you do not know anything, you cannot tell them. Do we understand each other now?
It seems as long as the lab is veritable and able to produce my work, I will not ask questions. This is all for greater cooperation, after all.
Indeed, it is. It's like Robert Burchill. Am I to assume the two of us have an understanding as well?
Well, I did until you brought up this whole thing of not asking questions, because now I am asking questions.
It would be better in both the short, but more so the short than the long term. If you refrain from asking such questions at this time, there will be a time that all of your questions may and more than likely will be answered, but it is not now.
Out of character, I make better drugs than he ever would.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Very well, but just know this, Chara. Remember that I took the real estate that was once on Cripple Kate's, and that was because of a very particular reason of how the Burchers treated their girls. I better not find out you do the same.
Ooh.
It's like,
And I want to roll Intimidate on him.
Go right ahead. I'm actually gonna roll for him as well because he's the fucking kingpin. He's good at intimidating. Oh, what did
Oh,
you?
hi.
Well, I was seeing what my intimidator is.
He is a
Wait,
human, so he does count as your favorite enemy. I don't know if that works for intimidation
It
checks.
looked like a German scientist.
No,
I can't help you.
It probably doesn't because I rolled a nat 1.
Oh no! You
You're-
sneezed.
You try to intimidate. You try to intimidate him. He doesn't blink. He doesn't flinch. In fact, he doesn't do anything. He just smiles. And just like and just says, "There." It's like you. Just like there's no need at all for you to worry, Robert Burchill. Nothing of the sort happens in any establishment that I own. Unlike those barbaric animals that we called the butchers, appropriately named. I much like your field marshal understand how and the reasons why people need to be taken care of. So you will have no reason to worry. Now, come with me. So, do you follow Chara as he leads you out of the mansion?
Yeah, we gotta get to El Pollos Hermanos.
Mm-hmm. So he actually he leads the two of you out of his mansion, just pausing for a brief moment to say that he'll be he's stepping out to his wife. Both of his kids run up and hug him for a little bit as this happens. And after that quick exchange, he leads the two of you out of the mansion, back across the bridge, off of Temple Isle, and over to the Passiflora, the third brothel in the city that neither of you have ever actually been to. In fact, now that I think about it, no one in the party has ever actually been to the Passiflora.
How many times are we gonna be doing business in brothels? Like I was cooking under one, then we blew up another, and now I'm gonna be cooking under another.
But yeah, walking into the Passiflora, like an immediate difference strikes you between the Red Velvet Room and Crippled Kate. For starters, there are fancy tapestries along the walls that are currently being taken down. All the alcohol behind the bar to the left is really fucking expensive, and they're also taking it down and putting it in crates. And also some of the girls that you see running about are 12 and maybe 15s out of 10s. They look like they would be very expensive. They are also packing up their things to leave. But yes, the two of you imagine that in its heyday, each of these girls would probably run 2, maybe 3 times the cost of an average girl at the Red Velvet Room. But maybe 5 Crippled Kates.
Knox appreciates it, but he's too old. All these girls are way too young.
Well, what I'm getting at with that is like the insane cost is not just for the girls; it's the general decor and the atmosphere, the fancy booze. Yep. There's also Nox. I bring this up to you because you have a particularly strong sense of smell. You smell the prevailing smell of incense that is everywhere.
And iron.
I don't know if that bothers you, but that's just something you notice.
Oh, I'm good. Speaking as Grant, I actually like the smell of certain incenses.
Okay.
It's nice and smoky.
Mm-hmm. But yes, passing through the foyer, a woman actually comes up to you, and I have a picture for this woman as well.
I just go up to Burchill. Hey, we're gonna do business. We went to the strip club.
Wait a second. I was going to post a picture of Miss Scarlet from Clue, but then I remembered that she died in that fire that you guys started.
We didn't start shit.
So never mind then. This does not happen.
We didn't start anything. It was the butchers, John.
Yeah. So yeah, Miss Scarlet does not show up to talk to you guys.
What was her name? The chick who was trying to take over the Red Velvet Room, but that didn't happen. And she fucked off to the Passiflora.
Actually, yeah, you guys do see her here too. She does take one very quick look at you, Burchill, and then just immediately turns around and goes into the other room.
It's like,
Oh yeah, what was her name? I don't remember.
To whom are you referring?
One of your girls used to work for Lita. I don't know. I guess she got fired for some reason.
Interesting. But this is a conversation for another time. You know? You're then led by Chara into one of the rooms in the back, which much like the Red Velvet room is actually a kitchen. However, this is much more fancier than the Red Velvet room. Sorry, I misremembered. But anyway, in this kitchen, there's actually a storage area in the back where Chara leads you. However, when you all are in the storage room, you watch as Chara closes the door and then locks it. Before he then walks over to one of the walls on opposite the door, and he just pushes into it. And then, there's no knob or anything. He's holding it there with his hand. He just goes. The wall slides open to reveal a staircase. You do not. It is very dark, and you do not see where it leads. It just spirals downwards.
I like the sound of that. So wait a minute. This whole time I've been cooking in a basement kitchen, and now he is. I've got a fancier one. It better be fancy.
Los pollos hermanos.
Do you descend?
Hell yeah! I'm like deep dark places in the dark.
All right.
Just swan.
You know it's dark because you know how dark it is because you said dark twice.
I did.
Yeah, deep dark places in the dark.
Oh.
So, as the two of you descend, Chara very quickly lights a lantern and starts to bring it with him as he descends.
All right,
and
humans.
Yeah, well, you can see perfectly, Nox, and actually you see this.
Humans.
You actually see this before Burchill does. Burchill, you have to wait a few seconds for Chara to light up the other lamps in the room, but you see this.
Yes! Yes! It's all I've ever wanted.
It's like, Nox and Burchill, this place takes up about twice the amount of floor space that the Passiflora does. There are alchemical devices and concoctions just set up everywhere. Both of you roll perception. And while you're rolling perception, Chara is just walking around, lighting up different portions of the room so that you can actually see.
Okay.
36.
36?
Yeah, that's for
28 for me.
Okay. Burchill, you're not an alchemist like Nox, so you can't even begin to make heads or tails for what most of these contraptions do. However, you do notice one thing. Everything that's in this lab is particularly clean. Very clean. Very, very clean. As if all of this stuff had just been cleaned recently. You also notice that anywhere where you assume that there would be alchemical components, just on shelves, like in boxes underneath tables, or just in things like that, it's all been picked clean. There is nothing in this. There's nothing in this lab. All the equipment is clean, and everything in here that could be used has been removed.
It's beautiful. Like that'd be Nox's actual reaction. Like, holy shit.
Nox, you notice this too. Everything has been picked clean. However, you are not a normal human. You have senses that Burchill and Chara does not. And as soon as you walk down here, something hits your nose. 3 very, very familiar scents. First off is ale. Not that uncommon of a thing. Who really cares? Second sugar. Looking around, you were looking around where some of the supplies were picked clean. You actually noticed that a bit of sugar has been just left behind. Maybe it just fell out of the bag. So you touch some of it and lick it. This is not normal sugar. And the third, nightshade. Nox, you're an alchemist. What do those 3 ingredients make?
I refine this process better than the cats and him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say anything, but in his mind's like, Nox thinks with this lab he could probably get 98 proof.
You probably could, but do I need to explain what's going on here, or did you figure it out?
I figured out a long time ago. We knew the drugs were still going around somehow, but I'm like, they've been pushing product, but mine's better.
It's my mentor. They say his blood is 260 proof.
I'm honestly surprised that none of you guys at this point ever bothered to ask, wait, Mike the Liar makes money by selling moon sugar. Who's he selling it to?
Well, now we have our answer, and, well, now they're both gone. Competition's dry.
But yeah, so with all that said and done, you're seeing this lab. Chara is going to turn to you, Dr. Fritz, and ask, will this setup suffice for your needs, Dr. Fritz?
I just start looking at all the equipment and stuff. What other supplies could I need besides just what the equipment is available to me? Because this is for cooking drugs, but I need stuff for cooking bombs too. Like, I'm assuming I know what materials I'm gonna need.
I am also I'm not really a chemist, so I don't know the specifics, but I am going to say that you do. So anything specific, I'll just say you can list, and Burchill could probably get it for you. And also, you do have connections to the college in Skarngard, where they are going to be getting people to help you. So yeah, if you need anything, they could probably get it. But that's still Burchill's purview, because they have to ship it from Skarngard to here.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll look to Char and go, "This is a magnificent lab. This is more than I could have hoped for."
It's like,
I understand the need for secrecy. I will be needing a number of assistants, which will be helping me in this war effort. Possibly many of those from the college chemists.
That will be quite all right. After this war is over, this building is coming down, and with it, so is this basement. No one will see or hear anything of it ever again after it's no longer useful.
A shame with such magnificent chemical vats.
Indeed, but the world we live in, as I'm sure you understand, Nox Lumen, is very cruel, and sometimes we have to move on from things we've poured a lot of investment into. Which, by the way, he called you Nox Lumen.
I heard, but I'm just gonna look at him and go. Basically, just like keeping secrets even now.
He just nods. Which, by the way, I'll give this to both of you. How did he know that name?
Probably from Lita or Maik.
No,
most likely from Maik because they knew my name.
Yeah, if that's the case, I guess. Well, it's obvious you've been talking to the cat.
Of course. Of course. Why would I not? I have something he needs, and he had something I need. It was mutually beneficial for both of us.
The funny thing is, he still doesn't know what my real face looks like.
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. You don't know.
I'm not gonna drop it right anytime soon.
My God, a horse!
Well, I certainly hope you got everything you needed out of him, because, well, he's not necessarily welcome in this city anymore. Granted, that's assuming he ever was.
I've acquired enough from Mike the Liar for the time being. For now, we have a war to win. if I have to forego some of my secrets, such that we might all survive to continue to do business, whether we approve of the other's business or not, but I am willing to make those sacrifices.
Alright, Char, first things first, how do you wipe your ass?
He's got a little stick with a rag with a stick.
Allow me to introduce you to Gerald. Say hi, Gerald.
So basically,
He's my ass goblin.
Basically, what Chara is telling you is there's no profit to be made in the end of the world. It's bad for business.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
He's an ass goblin. He gobbles ass.
yeah. But yeah, quick question. All the horrors are leaving this place, right? Like they're packing up everything in the rooms upstairs.
Yes.
So that means we could have
About
all
that.
of the chemists and stuff living in this building. So that way we're constantly we can work in shifts cranking out like material.
Because the super lab is in the basement and the whorehouse is on top.
Yeah, we just have it look like it's closed down. That way, like people won't know. Oh, like it's just a closed building. Who's going to be making munitions out of there? But then we'll have like the stuff being shipped out like in secret.
Before the war actually begins, the majority of, if not all of the buildings in Sanctuary are going to be left vacant for your guys' use. So yeah, it's not unique to the Passiflora.
I know, but I'm saying that we can stock it with food and rations. We can work in shifts once I get a team together. That way we're 24/7 cranking out material. And then I'll also have my own personal lab cranking out the more dangerous stuff, because I don't want these guys touching the white phosphorus. That's just expensive.
All right. It's just like,
No, Anaris, I told you not to lick the white phosphorus.
it's like, but yeah, Chara looks between the two of you, just like, it's like, if you have no further need of me, I will leave the two of you to peruse as you wish. Should you change your mind, you know where to find me. And unless you have anything else you need of Chara, he's going to leave the two of you to examine the lab as you wish.
Nox is going to say to him as he's leaving, "Thank you so much for your generosity."
This is like, no, do not thank me yet. We have not yet won.
We will.
And yeah, Chara is going to walk back on up the steps and out of the lab. So yeah, you guys are
First, I'm
by
going to
yourselves.
turn. When he leaves, I'm going to turn to Burchill. I'm going to whisper to him. All right. First things first. We check for tracking devices. Anything magical that may be spying equipment. You can clean as much as you want, but when there's a lot of people coming in and out, you don't know who might be listening. That's my voice.
Right. What role would that be?
That would be perception. However, I will give the two of you guys this because you're in a party with her. Anaris actually has better trap finding skills than both of you because that's part of her class. So yeah,
she's not here right now.
Yeah, we might. Yeah,
the two of you. Yeah, the two of you can look right now, but like it'd probably be beneficial to bring her in later. So yeah, this will be another perception roll from both of you guys.
Yeah, just in case. In case he doesn't have a laptop, but he's got like a scrying.
You could just ask her to come back.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're somewhere else. You're still with Lita.
Yeah, this had to be later in the afternoon. Like, well,
mm-hmm.
Probably sight, right?
Yeah, unless you can make an excuse to smell tracking devices.
I don't know what those smell like.
I don't either.
Hang on. Wait. Yeah, 30.
Okay. Are the two of you looking in just this basement or the Passiflora as a whole?
Let's start with the basement. Like everyone's moving stuff out of the floor. We'll wait till check that later once everyone's had a chance to get out.
Okay.
So you suggest this Char with a scrying orb?
Yes.
Coincidentally, for the two of you, because you actually rolled high enough, both of you actually find a space where it looks like a scrying orb might have been. However, it's been removed. And actually, and actually, it's interesting to note. Like, you don't find anything magical per se, but like you're on the right track with like spying equipment. However, much like the scrying orb, everything that looks like it could have been used to spy on you has been removed. Almost as if Chara wanted to bury this place, literally and figuratively.
Now, come to think of it, since I do have that elf spy, maybe I should try to find a scrying orb to, use that.
That'd be cool.
You guys have a scrying orb. You found it in the bag of holding.
Oh yeah.
No.
So,
I
actually,
remember that,
Burchill, you have the bag of holding. You can put it there if you want to.
Yeah. Well, why do I put it here in the basement if I'm the one using it? Because if I'm using it with, my elf spy, use that to looking on her.
Yeah, just have one of my college kids like, all right, go talk to the spy. The what? Go talk to the spy while you're on duty.
Actually, interesting since you bring it up. I just want to throw this out there. Aerith is actually underneath Malediction's command because, as a spy, she fell under the purview of the Spy Master.
She works for me, though.
Well, she works for you, but she's going to be a spy for you guys, and you named Anaris the Spy Master.
You can take her if you want.
I mean, like, yeah, you can change that if the Field Marshal approves it. It's just all this stuff was put together by you guys for other people. If you want to change it, you
know
can.
who this person is.
She's a
bitch. Remember, she offers her services as a spy to me, not Anaris.
Well, that is true. That is true. But like I said, all of this was put together by other people.
Yeah, do the rest of us even know who she is?
See, this is what happened when you lie on your resume. You just get this job.
All right. But yes, back to now. The two of you, like I said, you do find stuff where spying equipment might have been, but it has also been removed.
All right, good. Now Nox is gonna go to his real voice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least he's being amicable. Fucking cat. I guess we'll have beef with him once we're all survived, but... Alright,
yes,
so...
Yes, most certainly. I also have a few choice words for his son if he ever comes back. Fucker took... I don't know if you're there, but the fucker took a month's worth of profits from my safe.
Figures. Fucking Khajiit. Anyway, but... I'm looking at what I've got already. This is more than I could have hoped for. This is... Whew. I'm gonna need some desks and tables and chairs for a few people. I'm gonna need equipment to keep them from getting burns. Maybe might be tricky. Do you know anybody that knows... Like, I know it's all secretive and stuff, but do you have anybody on your employ that knows how to use magic with water?
That I know of?
You guys do know Go ahead.
That's not exactly a question I ask in job interviews for shipment or prostitutes.
You guys do know a Grand Archmagus from Skarngard.
Yeah, I don't want him to here, though.
Well, you don't have to ask. You don't have to tell them the details. You just need to ask. Hey, do you know a mage who can control water?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well,
we're
let's
go
find
system.
Well, let's go find Kefka.
Kefka actually does follow underneath the command of Lita. So if anyone would know where Kefka is, it would be her. If you guys want to go find Lita.
Well, I'm trying to think outside the box because we're gonna have chemists, but also like in order to move production along, we might need a magic user.
I guess that archmage from my home country will probably help, though. Lita probably knows where to find him, so I guess we'll have to find Lita.
I don't know about him. He's too high profile.
No, I'm not saying him specifically, but he commands other mages, doesn't he?
That's true.
Also, Nox, Kefka was the one who said that he would be getting you other alchemists from the Skarngardian College. He said he'd need to contact one of his friends.
Okay.
So yeah, like the assistants you're going to get, he got them for you.
Also, am I misremembering? Didn't my in the one shot, doesn't my cleric work for you now? Like, didn't he know a water spell? I remember I shoved it down Nicolas Cage's throat.
Wait, what cleric?
The one in the one-shot, whenever we fought Nicolas Cage, he went to work for Burchill.
But Burchill's know he's amazed with water spells.
Also, he's an elf, and you guys have no idea where the elves are right now.
Well, he's probably on a ship, too. Because
Mhm.
he's working for Amazon. But yeah, I was trying to think of someone who can control water. That's what I need to make this system go.
Well, you are correct. You did know a cleric who did control water, but however, he's not here, and neither of you actually know that he could do that.
Exactly. Okay, but yeah, control
and
water
at this current moment,
maybe some fire control in case like these stupid college kids let something get out of control. What else do we need? We're gonna need a lot more. How's the storage in this area? Like, is there because we're gonna need the stuff for the crates for the actual like bombs to be shipped out in. We're gonna need.
There's ample storage. Like not far from the stairs. Just like there's an entire wall of empty space where it looks like crates were stacked up.
What? Oh.
But yeah, again, everything has been removed. So like there's plenty of open space. There's definitely space for storage. But yeah, like anywhere that looks like it could have stored stuff has been picked clean.
Alright, sorry, I was just like, I was looking at the screen. Mike and Temme's videos are side by side. I thought look like right there. Look, it looks like you're crossing into the other room. Temme, your head if you're next to Mike. It looks like it's part of your hair.
Temme is trans-dimensional. He can exist in multiple places at once.
But yeah, like on Mike's left shoulder there, that whatever picture that is, looks like it's part of Temme's hair. It looks like he was crossing over on the screen for me.
All right.
But okay, so yeah, we're gonna need gas masks. Gonna need some suits. We're gonna need a bunch of the kids. I'm gonna need that halfling because. Oh yeah, we're gonna. This place is
This place is ventilated, by the way. Just want to throw that out there.
Oh yeah, but still, even with ventilation, you still want to have some protection. They're not all like me that can just take it.
All right.
Also, is there enough to like the bomb side? I'm gonna need the potion side too, like its own little office, so that the halfling can be making the healing side of things.
There's enough space in here to make multiple things at once. So like while you're on one side of the room making one thing, the halfling can be on the other side of the room making potions.
Alright, cool. And I'm gonna have to school these kids on how to create the bombs and stuff, so I'm gonna need like a chalkboard and yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff I'm gonna need.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun.
Alright. So the two of you are gonna go find Lita so you can find Kefka?
Yeah, might as well if she knows where to find someone. Because I doubt the people in our college know how to control water.
All right. It's like, all right. Speaking of the Lita and Anaris, what are the two of you up to?
Dance party.
I've probably gone back to working on my document. And I'm going to send for two things.
Okay.
One, I wish to meet this Gaius Anslin.
Okay. I'll say that you can have a runner send out a message to General Radon to find this guy, and he will be brought to you in time.
Awesome, and we just had this convening of the convening of the council yesterday, right?
Yes, that was literally yesterday.
And the military said they'd start evacuating people immediately, right?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm sending a second runner to the military.
Okay.
Evacuations cease immediately.
No one gets out alive.
Okay. So both of these can go to General Radon. So, all right. So
evacuations are to cease immediately.
What reason?
We need to take a census of the population and determine those that have the necessary skills to keep this city functioning.
All right.
As well as prepare infrastructure for war.
I mean, people are just now beginning to leave.
Yeah.
Some people have left, but not a lot. So like, there is still time to do that. So like, unless you want to sit around in your house and wait for Radon to get back to you, do you want to do anything else?
Oh. Well, you see, the general populace of this city is going to be stuck here for a little while.
Yes.
So that means they have to be made aware of the new law of the land.
This is true.
So that means the field marshal has to give a public speech.
So are you going to be working on your public speech here?
That's what she's been working on all morning.
All right.
Including certain other things, but...
All right. But yeah, are you going to leave your house, or are you just going to stay here and keep working on stuff?
I think Lita will leave, because get out, just kind of walk around, get some fresh air.
Okay. Anaris, do you go with her, or are you going your own separate way?
I'm gonna go train the recruits.
Oh boy.
Okay. We'll get back. We'll get back to you then. Lita, where do you go?
I am going to go find, because I imagine I sent the runner and then Lita changed clothes.
Yeah.
And she kind of realized Radahn's probably going to look at that order of, like, cease evacuations immediately, and he's going to be like, but why?
I mean,
though?
you did list the reasons, so he'll have questions, but yeah, not about why.
Human hostages.
We need bodies.
Even dead, they can help us in the effort. Put them in the wall.
Just to take care of what both of you guys wanted to do, we couldn't say that you sent Anaris as your runner, because if Anaris wants to train the troops, she'll also have to talk to General Radahn.
Zoom.
Well, no,
you don't have to. I'm just suggesting.
Nah, it's thinking. Yeah. Oh, I guess the other thing. Oh, shitski. No, I guess Lita will go see Radahn herself just to kind of explain this.
Oh, okay. So
she'll send the runner to basically have his, so that way basically people that are leaving could basically like, hold it, nobody's leaving the city yet.
Okay, it's gonna take some time for those orders to get around, just because it has to spread to so many people.
And she's going to she's going to question Radahn about the elf situation.
Okay. Okay. So just for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to say that as opposed to a runner, you decided to take these messages yourself, because both of you would have to go in that same direction, and it's at the speed of a horse. So. All right. So you wrote up 2 official orders for the general, and you are riding out to the camp to meet him.
Yeah.
Walking along through the camp, you can actually see that more Scarring Guardian soldiers have arrived, and as things stand currently, both the camps are set up next to each other, but there's a nice divide between the two sides, because tensions are still high. They don't know if they can trust each other, and you actually can see some mages walking about. No witch hunters out here, though. But yeah, like the Scarring Guardians over there, the Syrians are over here, and walking between the two of them, you actually see Ermine Greycloak, who is like in various ways telling different ones, "Get your shit together." You also because you set this up during the War Council meeting, you see some people training with the dwarven firearms, and of all people there, you actually see Boris, Anatoly, and Potato. And I'm actually going to roll for all 3 of them. Oh shit! You watch as Boris takes aim, hits the dummy. He's like, "Ha!" He's like, "Ha! Still didn't hit anything. What else you got?" Anatoly takes a shot. Goes wide. Anatoly, What you doing? You're embarrassing us. It's like, I'm sorry. Every single one of those shots hit the training dummy. And just glancing over, you see crouched down on her belly like a sniper is Potato. And whereupon standing up, she just holds out her gun and just says, "Reload's full, Potato." Ma'am, as part of your training, you need to reload the gun yourself. Reload full, Potato.
She does have little arms. Someone should probably be reloading for her.
On the stairs.
Also, I hope she's like can be very still because the shoes squeak whenever she takes a step.
Mm-hmm. She does not have that problem in this campaign, luckily.
Nah, we upgrade it. We give her clown shoes that honk.
But yes, you do see this walking around, and walking over to the general's tent, you do find him convening with a bunch of Syrian officers that you do not recognize and whose names you do not know. However, seeing you walk in, they all just cease their conversation and immediately stand at attention. Radon in particular, just going, it's like, Field Marshal, to what do we owe the pleasure?
Well, I've been tooling around with something.
It's very well. Is this a private matter?
No. It's something that involves all of you, actually.
Very well. So then the other officers are just gonna stand by and listen while you talk to Radon.
Lita looks at him.
Mm-hmm.
Effective immediately, all evacuations are to stop.
Understood, Field Marshal. Though if I may ask, for what reason?
We need infrastructure. We need skilled laborers, blacksmiths, masons, even cooks.
Mm-hmm.
We have all of this to support. We need people.
Mm-hmm.
Also, His Majesty has deemed fit to send us some soldiers, not many. Those that can be evaluated for the ability to fight should be given the opportunity to defend their homeland.
Are you suggesting we start conscripting our citizens?
Per the words of His Majesty, I'm not allowed to conscript an army.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, if people are evaluated and given a financial incentive to join and fight, they're not being conscripted. They're volunteering.
I understand. Radon at that point snaps his fingers and points to one of his officers. You, get on that. Understood, sir. And the officer just leaves the tent.
Also, I need to... Also... The fuck?
This is her show-off dance.
Okay, this is just Moonshine showing off the fact that he's like, why yes, I am a god.
Yeah, Lita, we do need the infrastructure, you're right. We need the pillar of flesh.
You promised me flesh!
But no, Lita's going to say that. Also, the citizens are going to be here for a length of time. So they should be allowed they need to be informed of the new lay of the land.
Mm-hmm.
I spent my morning drafting what I am officially calling the edicts.
Very well. Do you have something of these edicts you could share with us right now, so that we might know what we are to do?
Don't worry, you'll be informed when I give a speech tomorrow.
You're giving a speech?
Yes.
Might I ask where?
Hierarch Square.
Understood. Do you need assistance in setting up a place for you to speak, or do you
Yes.
have people for that? Very, very well. You're there. Understood, sir. As one of the other officers leaves to go get people to help with that.
I also would like to ask you about the elf situation.
It's like the elves. It's like your friend Lady Lioncourt's never told you.
She's been busy. I've been busy.
Oh, forgive me, Field Marshal. I just assumed you also knew. At that, Radon leaves the group for a moment and walks over to a nearby table and pulls out a freshly opened scroll. Looking at it, you can see that it was sealed with the seal of the Royal House of Reyes. However, said seal has been broken, and the orders have clearly been read. It states as follows. I need to find what it says here. By order of His Majesty King Aegon of the House of Reyes, due to recent events, all elves are to be removed from all major population centers and placed elsewhere in accordance with royal doctrine. Please see local officials for information regarding placement. Long and the short of it is, the elf population is being removed from the cities due to the insurgent shenanigans.
Yay! We'll get more insurgents.
While you're reading that, Radon also says to you, Lady Lioncourt was just in here earlier this morning asking me about this.
Yes.
She has. Forgive me. I just assumed that she would have told you. As soon as we finished our conversation, she hopped on a horse and is probably by now well on the way to Embersol.
Excellent. Now I want you to send a contingent of soldiers and withdraw the elves back to this city.
By Gabrielle's order, we have not officially begun enforcing these orders as we have just received them.
Good.
However,
will you?
we, as willing as we are to follow those orders, Lady Ford, I must say that these are official decrees by King Aegon. We cannot ignore them forever.
Yes, but they can be delayed due to infrastructural instabilities.
Very well, if that is the excuse you wish for us to give. Hopefully, Lady Lioncourt is successful in whatever it is she's going to be doing. Again, apologies, Lady Ford. I assumed Lady Lioncourt would have told you. By the way, this is one of Gabrielle's missions.
Gabrielle's list.
Yeah. Lita has a list. Nox has a list, and
I mean, literally Gabrielle's list. She's gonna have her own munitions factory with the elves.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's gonna be black and white for some reason.
At least until the end.
And there's gonna be one little girl in the factory that's got a red coat.
Oh God.
But yeah, Zach, do you say anything else?
What am I for? That I guess Lita, I guess, writing in. So, I take it that the men aren't getting along just yet. That's to be expected, though.
It's like, not quite. Many of the Scarring Guardians have only just arrived. There's plenty of prejudice on their side as well as ours. Armine is doing what she can, and they do listen well. But to be honest, Lady Ford, they're much more afraid of Vlad the Bloodthirster than they are afraid of Ermine. It's like, in fact, I should probably make you. In fact, I should probably make you aware of this, just so you understand where they're coming from. What a Syrian and a Scarring Guardian soldier got into a fight late last night. Both of them were suddenly beaten within an inch of their lives by Vlad, with his bare hands. Both of them are in their respective sides' medical tents as we speak. This was seen by many other soldiers. They are very afraid of Vlad.
Upon hearing this news,
Mm-hmm.
expected recovery time of these two men?
Not long. Their injuries were mostly to the face.
Where's Vlad right now?
I assume he's out wandering about, making sure everyone's following your orders and playing nice, as it were. If you look around long enough, I'm sure you'll find him.
Bring him here, in front of all of your men.
Very well. I'll go get him, my general. And one of the other officers darts out of there. Though you do notice he looks very hesitant to actually do that. Just like, is there a problem, Lady Ford?
Well, you'll see soon enough.
Alright. So, just curious, while this conversation is going on, Anaris, are you here as well? Because yeah, you said you wanted to train the troops. This would be where you go to do that. Do you want to talk to the general?
She has a size multiple ways.
You are standing in a room with Alucard, and he's wearing full armor, which makes him look bigger than he actually is.
Hot.
You know he's slipping it dirty to his fucking boss, right?
And
Actually, Anaris, since you're on this, I would like you to roll a willpower saving throw for me, please.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Willpower. That is a 19. Jesus.
You managed to hold it together, but it is Alucard. It is Alucard, so he is hot.
He's hot.
But
That looks like a man who could kick my ass.
probably could too. But yeah, he walks into the room. The officer who brought him here very quickly turns around and leaves as soon as he's in the room with you guys, as does the other officer who remained. So it's now just you two, Radon and Alucard, who, ignoring you, Malediction, and General Radon, Vlad looks right at you, Lita, and just says, Field Marshal. It's like, how might I be of service?
It is my understanding that we had two soldiers that were fighting, and you took it upon yourself to punish them.
Indeed, this did happen. Exactly as the general no doubt told you. That's all he says. Yeah.
He did.
Not apologizing.
I will not apologize for art.
Also, just the way he said that, he seems very proud of himself.
I can understand that and relate.
Yes, however, Lita is thinking from the point of view of just like, great, now we have to waste medical supplies on two people who a simple.
Fine. We have an Enzo.
We have an army. Well, we have an army of clerics and an Enzo.
You're fine.
Yet the clerics are seeing to them. You're not losing medical supplies. You're fine.
Your best.
It might behoove.
Enzo's gonna walk over and kick it. We're like, seems
Yeah.
fine.
Enzo, you're currently in Temple Isle.
But Lita just says, it might behoove you to restrain such a restraint when it comes to violence in the future. Whilst I don't doubt your fighting capabilities, you are significantly outnumbered, and there is a point where strength and brutality are greatly outnumbered and outclassed by sheer force.
They are welcome to try.
Yes, and undoubtedly, I could see this ending with you victorious. Or me having to bury hundreds.
He just smiles wickedly at that.
Temper your resolve.
No, keep doing the resolve.
He glances over in your direction, and then just looks back to Lita. It just says, it's like both of them, as I'm sure you will find, are very much alive. Nothing has been broken, and I only did minor damage to their noses. They are still fully capable of serving you in their capacity as soldiers.
Lita then hears this, looks at Radon. I understand the problem. Then carry on, soldier.
This is like, as you wish, Field Marshal. He turns and leaves his red cape flowing epically and dramatically in the non-existent wind as he does so.
The hell does he do that?
Lita basically in the back of her head goes, memo to me, get Hattori a fancy uniform that has a cape.
No capes.
Hattori's hair is long enough to be considered a cape. And then again, so is Alucard's, so never mind.
It takes forever to wash.
They wash it in a washing machine. They just throw their head in the swirl.
But
Lita then turns to Radon. Beaten within an inch of their life.
Did he just leave?
It's like
Yes.
I'm following.
He did. It's like, into this.
Okay.
I'm
now just imagining it's the fucking. I'm now imagining it's that scene from fucking like Villainous where it's just like, "You'll be coming out with me, my beautiful monster."
Just like,
where can I get one of those? Supermarket. Done.
It's like, General John just looks at you confused. It's like, you don't know Vlad very well, do you?
If the injuries to them were superficial enough,
he broke both of their noses and knocked out a few teeth with a single punch.
That's a vast difference between within an inch of their life.
It's like, I see. I understand your points, Field Marshal. I apologize for misspeaking.
Good. Because the next time I have to summon and I'm saying this in front of him and his officers. The next time somebody says somebody was beaten within an inch of their life, I better find them surrounded by several clerics, all praying to their god, trying to resuscitate a collapsed lung, not a few broken teeth and a nose. Because I will demonstrate upon your person
if this happens again, what it means to be beaten within an inch of their life.
And it's like, understood, Field Marshal. Your words are very clear.
They better be, because otherwise I will smack the living shit out of you.
So, seeing as we are having this conversation, it would probably be in all of our best interest to warn you at the very least. If things get too out of hand, we might very well find ourselves in a situation where Vlad has very much done that to someone.
Well, if that's the case, then certainly they may have well deserved it.
I'm gonna ask again, Field Marshal. You do not know Vlad very well, do you?
I know the woman he serves.
Do you know why they call him the Bloodthirster?
I have been regaled with the tales of his exploits in the war.
His exploits in the war are only part of it. Long and the short of it, Field Marshal, the man's a murderer. He has none of what in any culture we would call honor. Why he serves Lady Helsing and how she's able to restrain him, none of us actually know.
Lita is going to say this. Maybe she fucks good.
That can't be it.
But it is.
You never know.
You know, look.
We should investigate this immediately. We'll stake out their bedroom.
Out of character.
Actually, I need to say this now.
Out of character.
Everyone in the party actually already knows the answer to this question.
Out of character. Good puss is just sometimes as good as a collar and a leash.
Well, again, one of your party members actually already knows the answer to this question. It's just too bad she is on her way to Embersol to meet with King Aion about the elves.
And what's her analysis? Mid.
Yeah. Well,
better.
yes, we know. Yeah, Gabrielle has partaken of House Helsing's orgies.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's a 4-person.
Liar. I've had better.
It was a 4-person orgy, if you can count.
That's still an orgy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
What's
the password? Orgy.
Because two people by yourself is masturbation. Within the person is sex. 3 is a threesome, and anything above 3 is a fucking orgy.
But just so you guys have an idea of what was going on here, that session began with Integra and Gabrielle watching Vlad just rail Saris while the two of them watched.
Jesus.
When it's 100 or more people, it's a Caligula.
Dinner and a show.
Pretty much. Holy crap.
When it's 150 plus people plus snuff, then it's a Caligula.
Got 16 tons.
Alright, but...
to do.
16 tons of human flesh!
But
Lita says... 16 tons of wang.
You load 16 tons, what do you get? Another day over and deeper in debt.
But Lita says to him, be that as it may, if that comes to it, then measures will be taken. Moreover, if the infighting surpasses the point where even Vlad can't temper their resolve, I have a methodology that seems to work wonders.
Very well.
It worked on my own troops.
You are referring to the Scarlet Knights?
Yes, it worked wonders on their morale.
Would you care to perhaps elaborate?
Yes. Are you familiar with the Alfiri practice of decimation?
He's a general, he might. He looks at you and just says, I have. It's where you kill one out of every 10 men.
No, that's, you see, That's the diluted form. That is the illusion, the lie spread to keep the true secret secret. You don't kill 1 man. You take 10 men. You give 9 of them rocks. And you tell them, you take 10 men, you place 9 rocks in front of them, and you make them pick one of their own.
I believe I'm beginning to understand why the Scarlet Knights follow you as they do.
Your men will either respect you because they love you, or they'll respect you because they are afraid of you.
Well,
if it comes to it, I will put the fear of God in my men.
That being the case, Lady Ford, it would probably behoove me to inform you now that you do not have much love out here amongst the common troops. They know of you, both sides. However, very few of them see any reason why they should follow any of your commands. They will follow our commands, but you are an unknown to them, and a woman at that. In fact, given our previous discussion, it stands to reason the main reason nobody ever crossed paths with Integra for so long was because she had Vlad at her side.
Yes, she cheated.
It's like you do not have a Vlad. So just whatever you're going to do, just be aware of that. There is less love for you here than you might be inclined to believe.
I'll endure it.
Of that I have no doubt. In other words, anyway, Field Marshal, if that is all, I do believe I have some orders that I must issue.
Very good.
Malediction, Radon is about to leave. If you want to ask him anything else.
She already left. She was following Vlad.
Yep. And Lita's like, she's a grown woman. She can do whatever she wants.
Follow the
okay.
vampire. It's fine.
All right, we'll cut to Anaris in a minute, but for now, Lita, you are alone in the officer's tent. Do you wish to do anything here? Do you wish to look at the maps? Do you wish to read through Radon's orders?
Start dancing.
You can do that. There's no one else here.
I'll do the gritty. But no,
No!
Flossing.
There's no way.
I'm going to, because Lita's just like, Lita wants to get back to her office to finish her papers.
All right, so you head back.
But before I do that,
okay,
I'm going to grab a random officer.
no one else is in the tent, but it's not hard to find an officer. They're the only ones with helmet plumes.
I find one. You.
Yeah. Yes, Field Marshal?
Radon's orders. Copy them down for me.
I wish
He
to
has them with me to review.
He has nothing on him with which to write. However, he just is like, forgive me, Lady Ford. I will remember whatever you say.
Good. Copy down. I need copies of all of Radon's orders. I wish to take them home with me to review.
Understood, Field Marshal. And he goes on his way.
I guess with that, Lita's just going to, You know what? While Malediction is currently chasing Dick.
She's chasing Dracula Dick.
While she's chasing Daddy D Dick.
Mm-hmm.
She will not apologize.
While she's currently chasing Vlad the Bloodthirster, hoping he becomes Vlad the Impaler.
God damn it.
Little does she know he's already that.
I'm going to walk amongst the soldiers.
Okay.
But you can cut to malediction because I need to use the restroom.
And just slap them if they're acting out of line.
Yeah.
Smack.
All right.
I heard you're a bitch. Smack.
You can go. The rest of us will take a quick break after malediction. Malediction. You just walk around and follow Vlad the Bloodthirster. Are you doing so stealthily? Are you just following him? Like, what are you doing exactly? We can't hear you.
Hey, Vlad, that's your name, right?
He actually
Is that
doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything. He just keeps walking.
Giving me the silent treatment. That doesn't actually work very well. Gonna have to try something else there. I can be very persuasive in many ways.
As you say that, he stops. He doesn't turn around to look at you. He just asks, "It's like, what? It's like, what is it you want from me, woman?"
Well, as I just heard, you're a pretty good fighter.
Doesn't say anything.
Right there.
Doesn't say anything.
I would like to fight you one-on-one.
At that, he turns around and then just walks right over you and gets right in your face, standing tall over you. He looks very intimidating. He just says,
"No, he doesn't."
It's like, you do not want that.
Oh, I really want that.
Are you a masochist? Is that it?
I've been called many things right there. Masochist, sadist, what the fuck is wrong with you? Please stop hitting me. Yeah. I mean, someone tried to call me a joy toy once, and then I just beat the shit out of them. They were in a hospital for 6 months. There was almost nothing left of that guy.
He just looks you up and down. After you're done talking, he then just looks at you right. He just looks at you right in the eye and says, "You are not worthy of my time." And he just turns around and keeps walking.
I love when they like to play hard to get. Just makes you much more interested.
Just like,
I mean, I already fought and beat that Sultan guy right there, so I was hoping for someone a little more fight.
You're going to keep this up until I give you what you want, aren't you?
Exactly.
At that he smiles. Very, very well then. And he just keeps walking.
And I'll just keep bugging the shit out of him. As he
How long do you stay with him?
As long as it takes. The premier brand of Anaris snark.
I'm just going to say this now. If this is really what you do, you stay with him all day. He never once turns to attempt to try to fight you. He spends the entire day just ignoring your bullshit, dealing with like other random soldiers. You actually meet quite a few random soldiers who's going about as you do this. You don't see Gaius anywhere though, but yeah, like Vlad just seems to be the master of ignoring you. Never once does anything you say provoke him, and never once does he raise a fist or sword against you, regardless of what you say.
Balance right there.
So yeah. So for everyone, bathroom break, and then we'll return and see what you guys want to do then.
Jeez, that's prey right there that she'll have to hunt down.
Kinky.
We're recording.
Yeah. Enzo, since we haven't touched on you in a while, is there anything else you're doing or that you'd like to do while you have the time and day?
I imagine I'm just like, it's midday, and it's just like, I hate clerical work. I need to do something. I need to get out of this box. Why did I get rid of all the decorations?
It's actually at that. Suddenly, there's a knock on your door.
Come in.
And walking in through the door is the priestess from Goblin Slayer, who you know is named Madeline Pryor. She technically works for you now.
Good day, Miss Madeline. What do I owe you a visit?
Good day. I suppose I should be calling you Archbishop now.
Just please. We have a bit more of a different relationship since I've decided to tutor you personally. Just call me Enzo.
Very well, Enzo. I actually just came in to be completely honest, to see how you were doing. Like, a lot's changed, and a lot has changed really fast. I'm hoping that work as an archbishop isn't too much for you.
It's not that it's too much. It's just that it's this very monotonous work.
Oh. It's like I understand that you issued an order stating that all clerics in the church are to receive military training.
Yes.
I will not lie, Archbishop. That makes me nervous, but I understand why. I will do what I must.
Yes. It is scary to think about. But you know how it is to work with a group of individuals to get a job done.
Mm-hmm.
You have more knowledge and more experience than the average clergyman here does. Most of the clergy here are pencil pushers, archivists, and public speakers.
I will admit that my brief time adventuring with the Slayer has taught me more than I ever thought it would, about things I never even thought I would learn about.
And that's what I want to instill in all the priests here. I want to instill them the tools to survive.
Fair.
Because if I send them all out there as combat healers, and they all perish, there was no point in sending them out in the first place. Secondly, if I start introducing them to a soldier's routine now, come wartime, they'll all be able to maintain it.
Understood.
And it won't be for the entire 6 months until the siege. I will be rotating everybody out so that way they can go back to their normal duties as well as maintain a semblance of freshness and relaxation during off times.
Very well. For right now, though, is there anything that you perhaps need assistance with?
I looked down at the paperwork. My stairs slowly getting farther and farther away.
Mm-hmm.
You know, accompany me for a walk. I need to get out of the office.
All right. Where do you go?
So first thing is, as we go down and we start walking around the island, and it's kind of just like a pleasure stroll. I'm not concerned.
Pleasure.
I'm just like, oh, fresh fucking air.
Pleasure stroll it may be, you do notice the occasional mage on Temple Isle, and they... I don't want to say they're getting heckled, but they are getting a lot of looks. Like even Madeline, who even right next to you, she just sees a mage walking around and just goes, yeesh. I don't know if I'll ever get used to seeing them.
I understand. It is something that's going to happen.
I understand. Believe me, and well, just thinking logically, it had to happen at some point. I just never imagined that they'd be walking around here on Temple Isle, right next to the church. I imagine there are many mages down south who would like to burn this place to the ground.
Well, I agree, and we couldn't even count the amount of clergy that would love to burn all these magic users at the stake.
Between you and me, Archbishop, I've heard whispers. Some are already looking for excuses.
I expect as much. But the good news is, if they do find an excuse, then it gives me an excuse to show them why I am now Archbishop. But that's neither here.
Right.
Speaking of the idea of rumors, though, what has been the rumor mill lately? What are the whispers like?
You mean amongst the church or amongst the city in general?
Both. Unfortunately, I haven't had the luxury to leave my room.
She looks around, and then just seeing that. Well, people are looking in your direction because you are the Archbishop now, but yeah, no one's approaching, and no one's taking too much of a keen interest. If you'd like to notice specifics, you'll have to roll for perception.
Nah, I'm not looking at them.
Okay.
They're not worth my time at the moment.
Okay. It's like, oh. So Madeline looks around though, and just seeing as how no one's paying direct attention to you, she gets close and talks quietly. She's like, amongst the church there are. No, you need to know. There amongst the church there actually are some who are already calling you a heretic. They're saying that the circumstances do not matter. We shouldn't trust mages nor let them anywhere near our borders or especially not this place.
That's fair.
It's like
Centuries of animosity do that.
I understand that we need their cooperation. Believe me, I do. Just some within the church just do not care.
That's to be expected.
Just like it's like if I may though, I have absolutely no idea how we would do this, but at the risk of sounding heretical myself, what we need is something that demonstrates cooperation, something that shows that not just to the mages to us, but to us to the mages, we need to show that we can be useful to each other. I have no idea how we would go about doing this, but I feel like that's what we need.
Now that's an idea with legs, my dear.
Again, I have no idea how we would go about doing this, but we're never.
Worry not. You approached this idea to me, and you approach it to the person who can make it happen. Remember who my friends are. We all sit at the top, which means we have the power to make things happen that you cannot. I'll worry about the details, but this idea is all the merit we need. This has all the merit we need to make a big push forward.
I must admit, it is actually quite intimidating for me to actually know somebody who is in such a position of power now. I've never known anyone like that before.
Yes,
Well, not personally,
daunting.
Anyway.
It is daunting to realize that you're walking around with somebody who has the title of Archbishop, even if it is temporary.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, when I first came to Sanctuary, I was literally a, country bumpkin priest who decided to walk across the entire length of the country just to come to the heart of our religion.
Well, the Creator does work in mysterious ways.
I'm starting to think he actually does it. I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and exactly where he throws people.
Well, I pray that that's the case. But you asked of rumors about the city amongst the people. They're all afraid, Enzo. They're all afraid for a lot of reasons. They're afraid of the elves, not just the ones coming to kill us, but the ones that live here. They don't know which ones are their friends or which ones will just pull out a knife and stab them in the back. They don't. It's like they're afraid of the presence of Scarring Guardians. Forget the mages. Just the Scarring Guardians in general will terrify them. It's like this city used to sit right on the border to Skaringrad. It's never been taken, but now that they're here, the people believe that in the long and short of it, their whole world is coming apart. It's like clerics and mages in the same city, Syrians and Scarring Guardians fighting the same enemy, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. But they're all very much afraid.
And then, my dear apprentice, I have one job for you.
You do?
I do. It is the most difficult job I ask of any of my clergy. Because it's the one thing I've been trying to do for the last few months with very little success. But you might have more success. I pray that you do.
Very well. You need only ask.
Bring them peace.
How am I to do that?
That is your task. And I ask this of all the clergy, of everyone in the city. Build us with the ability to comfort and bring peace to others. That is what we need. You're right. Even I, in my ivory tower at the moment, can see the fear that spreads throughout each citizen of Sanctuary. The problem is I can now no longer affect them. I'm locked in this way to be a bureaucrat of the system that is our church.
Do you have to be a bureaucrat?
If I had my way with it, no. But at the very least in the beginnings I have to be. I have to show that I am being responsible. But once I have done the responsibility, and then start delegating the responsibilities of all this paperwork to those that I can get in. And then once I have them in place, I can then start making more active effort that I want. But that's probably not going to be for at least a month. So I need someone to get the job started for them.
Okay. Well, I'll see what I can do. Do you have any advice on how I am to begin?
Kindness. indiscriminate kindness.
I mean,
There's a lot of hate between the people in the city.
I don't doubt that that's what we should do. It's just if I show kindness to, say, a mage, how am I to react when somebody takes offense to that? Because they will.
Just fuck them. That's why.
You're right. They will take. They'll take notice and they'll take offense. If you respond with kindness. If we respond to any other way, undermine the work that we're trying to do. Let me take you a bit behind the curtain. What is the largest grouping of people in this city?
Right now, mostly Syrian civilians.
Correct. What is the other largest grouping of people in the city? And I understand that this question's a little loaded, but go ahead and answer properly.
Sailors.
Elves.
Correct. Ben-Hurrell, for the past several months, has been trying to coerce the elven population of Sanctuary into taking the city forward. Now, there have been things in place that has prevented this. Just barely. Things that made it less likely for the elves of Sanctuary to be swept away by Ben-Hurrell's words of whatever it is he's spewing. At this point, I've forgotten. But my point being is they haven't betrayed us. They haven't turned their backs on the city. We, as the most dominant force in Sanctuary, now cannot turn our back on them. Because if we do, we've all but guaranteed the Elven armies march on the city's victory.
It's like, I think I understand. I think I understand what you're saying.
You'll get condemned. People will call you a blasphemer. But if it's the right thing to do, the Creator will understand. And that's the only thing in this universe that we should worry about judgment from.
I think I know what I need to do then. I'm sorry I must leave so quickly, but there's somebody I need to speak to about this, and I want to catch him before he goes anywhere.
Good. And I trust your judgment, Matt. That's why you're my apprentice, after all. Now go out and do the best that you can do.
Yeah. Before I go, even now with you as the acting archbishop, I'm still your apprentice.
I never took it back.
Thank you so much, Archbishop. And she very briefly bows to you and turns and runs away in the direction which you recognize as the guild hall.
We all return to our origins. But now that I have someone who can act on my behalf in the ways I need them to, that's a bit more peace of mind.
All right.
But now,
all right.
Oh, she's going to try to go be kind to some gangster.
That's not exactly what she's going to do, but yeah, now that you are alone, is there anything else you wish to do before we cut to others?
As I make my way back to my office, and on the way, if I catch a runner, I basically grab them, drag them to my office, and tell them, "Hey, I'm going to write a letter. This is going to be This needs to be delivered to the office of Marshal Lita Ford.
Okay.
Contents will be created.
You don't have to grab a nearby runner. You can just ask for one. They'll find them for you.
It's fine. I'm just if I see one on the way back, I'm just gonna be like, "You follow me now."
Okay. Well, we'll just say that in some way or another, you get this message written, and it will be sent to Lita. Knox and Burchill.
Yes.
The two of you wanted to talk to Lita so that she could take you to Kefka. It's like, not knowing where she is at the moment, you go to the most likely place that she could be. Her house. Unfortunately...
Actually, I know how to get in contact with her. Beep. Lita, where are you?
All right. So Zach, just as you are finishing up with General Radon and all the officers, you hear in your ear, beep. Lita, where are you?
I'm at the military camp. Why?
Beep. Me and Burchill are coming to you. We need to.
You're
Speak
going to
to
the
Kefka.
military camp?
Or are coming towards you. We need to speak to Kefka.
Whatever his name actually is.
Oswin.
Yeah,
We need
Oswin.
to speak to Kefka Oswin, whatever the fuck his name is. I don't know.
Okay.
The clown man.
Okay,
Clown Dio.
I guess Lita goes. Okay, 1 second. I need to go find malediction.
Okay. So, well, Lita, roll perception to search for malediction.
She's on the roof stalking Alucard still.
No, she's out of the room. I meant she's right behind him. The entire time.
She literally is. She's just like 2 steps behind him, talking his ear off, and he is just not saying a damn thing and ignoring every word she says.
I mean, do you think people die of measles or no?
Yes, I'm imagining it's something like it's just like, hey, like I like to hit people too. Like you seem really strong.
You seem like you'd be very strong right there. I mean, she already mentioned that she fought this Sultan guy, beat him, but he looks like he's also strong. She wants to fight him.
It's like a celebrity, like a fangirl, just like, and you're so cool.
Let me sing you the song of my people. I was made for loving you, baby.
Yeah, Zach, what'd you roll for perception?
32.
I mean, I know a lot of ninjutsu. I don't know about you.
As I described, you walk around for a little bit, and you do find malediction like on the coattails of Vlad. And because you rolled so well, it's actually not that hard to find malediction. You just follow her voice as she does not shut up.
Nope, she does.
Stop talking. She just keeps talking to Vlad, and Vlad is not saying a single word to her. He's just walking around, doing his business, really glowering at people, really being intimidating.
But that just makes me much more interested.
No, Mike, keep talking. We'll play it out organically from here.
I know that you just think that you're ignoring me right there, but you're just making me more and more interested to fight you right there. Big old fighting meat space right here. What the fuck?
I can smell you.
Yep. You're just creeping around.
I've got this knife.
I'll place it between your ribs, real slow like, in and out, if you know what I mean.
I mean, you just don't know. I don't know if you have the best 20/20 hindsight right there. Directly. I imagine you're more of a person that hit fights what's in front of you, but not directly paying attention what's directly or behind you. In that way.
Lita just kind of follows this, just like, no. I am curious. I want to see where this is going.
Let her cook.
I mean, I don't know about you, but the last place I lived, they kept calling me what was an edge runner. I never directly found out what that was directly myself, but I think it involved beating up a lot of people directly right there.
So, Lita, do you just watch this happen and not interfere?
I'm just watching this happen for the moment, and then I'm like, okay, Lita. After Lita, I guess Lita has been following her for 5 to 10 minutes, just letting her keep talking.
I have been looking for a midnight market right here, but there doesn't seem to be any good ones. Very disappointing.
Mm-hmm. And then Lita goes, malediction.
Yeah.
We have company and are needed elsewhere.
Fine.
And then Lita, Vlad.
Field Marshal.
Considering you'll be working very closely with me as my commissar, I think it's only fitting that you meet some of the people closest to me, so you have an understanding. This weekend, I wish you to accompany me and so my close associates, my family, for dinner.
He just stares at you, and but eventually he says, very well. Just like, is it, would you consider this Field Marshal a formal event?
Yes.
Very well then. And with that said, unless you have anything more to say to him, he's going to turn back and keep being intimidating to all of the troops.
Do you think Taco Tuesday might break us? It's Tuesday. Fajitas!
Lita.
Fajitas!
Hard to be intimidating right there, but that just makes me want to fight more.
And Lita just kind of goes, come on. We'll find you something nice to wear for this weekend.
I thought I am in premier outfit right there.
Lita looks her up and down.
Alright. So, Nox and Burchill, to the two
Ignoring
of you just
the legality of Lita trying to hook a 15-year-old up with a 35-year-old.
15. I will have you know.
This is a fantasy setting. Like, Delilah's dad tried to get her engaged when she was younger than that.
Yeah.
And look at Rowan. He was married when he was 13.
Why do you think Delilah ran away so quickly? Like, why do you think Delilah ran away so quickly?
If we're going by medieval era, congratulations. You're 6 and get married.
Happy birthday.
Congratulations, they were just born.
But yes. But yeah,
happy birthday. We got you a husband.
He's
but
5
yeah,
years older
Nox
than
and
you,
Burchill.
you haven't met him.
Nox and Burchill, do you just want to meet Lita at the at the military camp, or do you want to just meet somewhere else?
In that direction, and we'll find her eventually. I mean, we got a range.
Yeah, we'll probably run into each other.
Okay. So if there are no objections, then Lita just walking about the camp looking for malediction as the thought occurs to you to try to go find them. Nox and Burchill both find you because the two of you are very relatively easy to spot amongst a lot of men.
So we're going to dinner with on Tuesday.
Did you tell him that?
No,
weekend.
It's a joke, and like because we come across them talking to Vlad.
Well, you didn't see them talking to Vlad. Like that conversation ended, they left, and then the two of you arrived.
Okay, I was just joking.
Okay,
it's Tuesday.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Oh
no. Nox.
And Fritz.
Burchill.
It's Fritz.
Yeah.
Fritz.
Alright, so, as he says, we want, well, more specifically, Fritz here wants to talk to the clown guy in order to get him to see if he knows any mages with particular specialties.
An audience with the clown.
Which Lita, you call for it. He will come because he'll follow your orders.
I can arrange this.
Quick question, Nox. Those Bluetooth headsets, can they message anyone else besides the party?
Well, I can. Basically, like, set it up, I can use it, like, I think it's like 3 or, depending on my level, I think it's 5 times a day. But then everyone else can respond to it. But then I think, like you said, they can at least send it to me at least once.
Oh. I know you can read my thoughts, Nox. Meow, 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 meow.
Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make that time lots of fun.
Rubber ducky, rubber ducky.
All right.
Yeah, Lita just says, "Yeah, I can arrange this."
It's good because I need I need to move a lot of heat and water, and both of those in a closed space with chemicals can kind of be disastrous unless on a large scale.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you need a mage or engineers?
I wouldn't say no to both.
Well, we probably won't spend. I can set up a meeting with for you with Oswin, so you can give him the particulars, and he can recommend the right men for you.
If you want to, Lita, he actually has his own tent set up in the Scar and Guardian camp, which is across the way from here. So you could probably just walk over there, and if you show up, he'll have to listen because you're his boss.
Yeah, Lita says that if that's the case, then Lita just kind of goes, "Follow me."
So all four of us just do the.
Oh, the fog walk.
So yes, you do the Russian funk walk. I don't know who would be who in this case. Over towards the Scar and Guardian camp, where you get quite a few stairs because you're not Scar and Guardian, but you are recognized as the field marshal. Weirdly enough, though, as you approach around here, not a lot of people talk. It's like as soon as they see you, all conversation stops.
They're all gonna laugh at you.
But eventually, you do come across a quite lavish tent with like six regular knights, all with helmet plumes on their heads, standing around it, and 2 mages standing guard nearby.
Well, time to toss a firebomb.
You don't know if that would work with the 2 mages standing nearby.
Hold on.
But when we get to the tent, though.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you!
You're gonna die, Cloud!
How dare you bring joy and laughter to the smiling face of children everywhere, purveyors of hope and all that is pure in this world. Die, die, die!
Alright, so, do you guys approach?
Well, is there like any protocol for this, or we just say hi? Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the one who invents the protocol for this sort of thing is with you guys right now.
Alright, guys, just follow my lead.
What are you doing?
Have you ever seen West Side Story?
No, actually, I haven't.
Oh.
Watch the original.
Oh yeah, I haven't even. Yeah, only the original.
Now, here, one thing to keep in mind about the original, you see a large proportion of the cast were playing Latinos, and they're not exactly Latino.
Yeah.
So.
But it's okay.
Awesome Mexican face, I got it.
But it's okay. The makeup makes them look a little darker.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
However, you're not there for the. You're there for the story and the music.
I feel pretty.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if you want to, you can just walk up.
Yeah, Lita walks up.
Mm-hmm. You're stopped. Osmond's not there. You're stopped by one of the mages outside. Just like, Field Marshal.
We have business with Osmond Dumas.
Oh, I didn't show up.
One moment, please. You watch as he puts a hand to his ear. Waits a few seconds. Very well. You are allowed in.
Excellent.
He asks politely though that you do not touch anything or take anything from his tent. Politely.
Anaris has a tea kettle in her hand.
Melody should have waited outside. Damn it!
That's, as soon as he's saying that, like, she's already outside and she's got like the tea kettle and like like a whole chest full of jewels.
No, he's got like. He asks you not to touch anything. We just cut to fucking Anaris holding his underpants. Like, what? But Lita. Very well.
Alright, so the 4 of you wander into his tent, and, well, you know that scene in Doctor Who where people walk into the TARDIS for the first time?
No.
It's bigger on the inside.
Because, yeah, like, when you step into the tent, you expect to be greeted with the inside of a tent. What you see instead is the foyer to a large mansion with many unseen servants everywhere. So some are just brooms that are sweeping about. Some are taking things from place to place, and you actually hear the sounds. You actually smell something being cooked in a nearby kitchen.
What a
However,
mansion!
This Mickey Mouse motherfucker.
So before you can take all of this in, you suddenly hear from the top of a nearby staircase. It's like, Lady Ford, welcome to. I forget this, but it's like, forgive me. This is a magic you've probably scarce encountered. Well, welcome to not mine, but Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. A spell specifically created for those who need to practice their arts about the world.
This Mickey Mouse motherfucker.
I forget, was it Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion or Scanlan's Magnificent Mansion? I don't remember the name of the original spell.
Well,
it is Morgan.
Yeah, you can like just the base guy that made it, but then you can make anybody say, "Oh, this is my mansion. I made it totally."
Yep, but he does say the proper name of the spell, Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion.
Fuck is Mordekainen? He sounds like a bald bitch.
Do you actually say that?
No.
He's like,
I don't know. He kind of sounds like some. I don't know. Sounds like the name of a kangaroo. Probably a blue jay who's a simp.
it's like,
whoa!
But it's like, come this way, please. As he leads you farther into the mansion, he leads you to a rather nice lounge with a fireplace and carpets and everything. There's even a work of art on the wall of Oswin, looking very regal. It's like tea, ale, wine, perhaps something stronger than all of that. What tickles your fancy? I have everything you could possibly ask for.
Wait a minute. Anaris, you know about soda pop, see if he has that.
Aha.
I'll take a Sierra Mist.
Now, if you really want to test the soda knowledge, tell me, Lord, do you have Fresca?
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't have real cane sugar anymore. It's only the corn syrup.
Damn it!
We don't have Fresca, but we do have warm bear piss.
Color me curious.
But yeah, if you would like to test what he has here, go ahead.
No, Lita just says nothing for myself, thank you.
Very well. Lord Robert Burchill, Dr. Fritz, malediction, anything?
Hard liquor.
What kind of hard liquor would you prefer?
Good.
But he nods at you and then turns to you, malediction. What kind of hard liquor would you prefer?
Let me do that. Let me bring up a dartboard. Fancy.
What app are you using?
I recognize this sound. That's weird. That's weird aside.
Is it like on Google or something?
Yeah, it's a free thing.
Yeah, I use it every week to determine what movie to watch.
Give me whiskey.
But very well then. Whiskey, please.
All
For
right.
you, Dr. Fritz?
I'm good, thank you.
It's like, very well. As he doesn't get you any whiskey, but after snapping his fingers, he just walks over and takes a seat in one of the regalist-looking chairs that he clearly put here for this purpose. He's like, so, Field Marshal, to what do I owe the pleasure? Is there something you need of me?
She points at Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
It's something he needs.
It's like, yeah, yes, yes, our war chemist. Ask away. If it is within my power, you shall have it.
Thank you, sir. As you know, I'm going to be putting together a team to create a lot of explosives, potions for the war effort. I have a lab, and what I need is specialists as well, though.
Indeed. It may behoove you to know then that I got a response from my colleague at the College of Halamsharal. He and how many? I wrote it down. He and 6 of his most capable students and assistants will be accompanying him. They will be arriving by a ship next week with all their necessary supplies and equipment. All they'll need from you is orders.
Excellent. I appreciate
but
that.
you
I look forward to it.
But you already have them. What do you need of me now?
Well, as you know, living in this country, there's a scarcity of someone with your skills.
Indeed, it's almost as if this country has been institutionalized to make that sort of thing in the way of the world.
Mm-hmm. But the point being is the production that we're going to be engaging in on this scale. It's going to be a lot of heat being moved, a lot of material, and we're going to need to cut down on the accidents.
You need an elemental.
Yes.
I'm gonna roll for him. Yeah. You need an elemental mage, don't you?
Preferably at least 4. We're going to be working in shifts going 24/7 if I can get the system running. Someone that can move water, someone that can control flame, someone that can help put out disasters before they wreck our equipment.
You only need 4?
Well, at the least, unless you working 12 hours a day, 2 people a shift.
Done. Where shall I have them report to? And to whom? Well, I assume to you, but where shall they report?
Well, first we'll have to set up with, of course, Miss Ford's meeting ground. She will inform me, and from there we will go to our munitions lab, which we only want a select few to know of so that prying ears do not learn of its location.
Field Marshal, where shall they report?
They shall. The location shall be determined by Dr. Fritz here.
Done. Done. I will. Four mages will be selected for you on the morrow, and they will report to you once you get. I do say you definitely do need a means for reporting back to me. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've grown too used to having things done a certain way in Scarengard. 1 second. And with a snap of his fingers and a flash of purple light, he's gone.
Riot! Ah!
10 seconds later. 10 seconds later, with another flash of purple light, back in the chair. He's like,
we're just busy tearing down all the tapestries. Oh.
Sorry, shit.
You okay? You guys have 10 seconds until he returns. What are you doing in that 10 seconds?
Riot!
Quickly pissing his bottle of whiskey.
Actually, I will say
Flip the pool.
Actually, I will say, Anaris, in that 10 seconds, a floating silver tray of of a glass container of whiskey and a single glass just floats up to you and is placed on a table. It is very good whiskey.
Damn ghosts.
They're unseen servants. It's a cantrip.
Yeah, I'll get my claws out and I'll start poking holes like in all of his furniture so fluff eventually starts coming out. Poke.
What you unfortunately do not know is that this house will reset upon the next casting of the spell, so it doesn't matter how much damage you do here. It'll just be recast when he has to. It'll just be fixed when he has to recast the spell tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, you don't know that. You don't know that.
No. Fucking weird ass persona.
But yeah, I'm also like I'm getting the mages from him. I'll have to talk to Enzo later to get like someone clerical because we still need to have a process for making the holy water bombs.
Well, that's Enzo's department, but before you can get to that, 10 seconds pass, and with another flash of purple light, he's back. He's
Like we did the Harlem Shake, and then we're back in our seats before it gets here.
Okay.
Do a little Harlem Shake, and then he's back like we're just sitting down like nothing happened.
All right, so he returns, whereupon he walks up to you, Lita. Here you are, Field Marshal. I do believe I gave something nearly identical to this to actually you, Malediction. Use this if you ever need to get in direct contact with me again. Wherever you are, regardless of distance, I will hear.
All right.
What is it?
It's a sending stone, nearly identical to the one that Anaris uses to talk to the princess down in Skarngard.
Technology's better!
But yeah, he has given you a sending stone to directly contact him if you need to speak to him again.
Got it.
Don't forget to add that to your inventory.
I will not.
Okay.
He already did. He forgot.
He's like,
what did you just hand me, clown?
it's like, so
Diodo.
So other than 4 elemental mages and a sending stone, is there anything else that you require?
Just to hear your beautiful voice singing all the small things, and he just has pitiful.
All the small things. He actually sings as an opera.
Oh god. Yeah, it's like it's a fucking scene from Big Head Jurassic Park. Yes.
Mr. Hammond, going to kill
your Gretchen.
Do it!
Yes.
I don't know. Since we're meeting with the clown, like, what else do we need?
You're in his house. Well, his tent anyway.
Any ingredients that I know he can get that I'll need for my bombs and other stuff that might be a little hard, but even, also working with Burchill, but the Skarngardian ingredients.
I don't know. Why don't you ask him?
Okay, do you have this, and this?
Are you asking about the things that are not exactly legal?
Sure, why not?
So you list out the things you need, including some of the ingredients for white phosphorus. Or do you list those?
I will not together. I'll list them like separated by. Okay, I need this stuff, the stuff that goes in health potions, and then also like some this and and also Byzantine, like mix it in there, not like the list right.
As you go through this long list, he just sits in his regal looking chair and just sits with his hands folded, and he just politely waits until you're done talking. But once he gets the sense that you are done, he just smiles and says, "Is that all?"
Burchill?
What?
I don't know. Do you have any ingredients or anything you need?
Mm-hmm.
I don't have it. Look, I'm just a guy supplying anything. I don't need any. I'm not the one making any of the stuff. Huh? Hell, I probably won't. I have no intention of stepping in front into that lab again, mostly because I feel like that I could break something by accidentally bumping into it.
You're not wrong.
Do you perhaps need a concoction for morning sickness for your wife? Or do you need that, Lady Ford?
They have those?
Okay.
He can make one.
I don't know. What is like early magic on a pregnant woman gonna do?
Yeah, it's like I feel like I'm more worried about potential side effects.
Trust me. These have been tried, tested, and true and proven. There are no negative side effects whatsoever. And Burchill, I would also like to point this out. You never once mentioned to this guy that you had a wife.
They know the gossip about all the Anslin and shit by now.
I'm trying. What would be the equivalent of insight?
The sense motive.
Wait a
Wait,
minute.
there
Pulls
it
off the
is.
mask and he's got a blue face. Tau! For the greater good.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's just not the council from what was that one town in Hot Fuzz?
Well, they're Tau as well.
Okay, 21 sense motive.
Okay.
He wants to turn your child into a sorcerer.
Okay. Unfortunately, he rolled for dumbass for deception. So, Burchill, you get the sense that in the very short time this guy's been here, he's been doing his research about all of you.
Yes, ma'am. 10.
So,
Oh no, that's not what I was rolling sense motive on.
oh, what? Well, where are you rolling sense motive on?
I was rolling sense motive with him claiming like, oh, there's no side effects.
As far as you're aware, he's not lying at all.
Turning your child into a sorcerer doesn't count as a side effect. That's a bonus.
Yeah.
Pardon me, but I'm not really going to trust a remedy given to me by a man dressed as like a clown.
Do you have an issue with the way I dress?
Of course, I just why?
Clowns are scary.
I've seen worse.
Oswin looks down at himself and then looks up at you. You ask why? Why not? I mean, if you have it available to you, why not? This is a man who's wearing makeup and eyeliner.
Wait, so just make a body laugh? I thought he was like literally like just like a clown. Like that's why I kept calling him Kefka.
But he literally looks like the picture I've shown of him. Like, let me find it again.
That does look like clown to me.
Mm-hmm.
I never remember how to spell his name. I hope Google corrects me. Okay, here we go. But yeah, he is literally just dressed like this, I would say, except for the hat. But yeah, his hair is that color. His face is painted white. He's wearing eyeliner. He's wearing that cape. His clothes actually look like that. But yeah, to a T, that is how he's dressed.
That's a clown.
What level are we?
For a witch.
15.
Okay.
What are you trying to cast on the clown?
No, actually, oh wait, I have it written down here. Never mind.
Darkness.
What are you trying to cast on the magical cloud?
No, I'm looking because I don't think I actually ever updated shit.
Oh noes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I updated shit, but I'm just like, I need to check something.
All right. Well, you're checking that. Burchill, to continue with what you were saying.
It's just, I don't know. It's just last time I checked, clowns aren't doctors.
But some doctors are clowns.
I assure you, Lord Burchill, I am very, very far from what you would call a clown.
Now my cousin Skarsgård.
You're dressed in a
he's
colorful
clown.
outfit. Your face is painted white. You're a clown.
Do you judge all people by their fashion sense?
Yes.
Do you actually say that?
Yes.
It's like that. I mean that's just rude. I mean, what does your fashion sense say about you, malediction? Which, by the way, what are you wearing? What are you wearing? Just
Lita pick out for me.
I haven't picked anything out for you yet.
Overalls.
Yeah,
it's not the weekend.
Coming really anything different from what she usually wears in that in the malediction disguise. Same outfit.
All right, let me take a look at it really quick, just so that I know what to make him say.
What's it called? What's that? Star Guardians, I think it is. No, it wasn't Star Guardian. What was the thing in space?
It was Odyssey.
Yeah, careful, Burchill. He might turn. He might be like this on the inside.
I found the picture. It's like that's rude. What does your fashion sense say about you? What? Why do you wear a coat with no sleeves? Why do you shave off the sides of your head and leave the rest down in long braided ponytails? What is with your pants? I would very much love to know how you actually make your pants that tight.
Well, the coat is because you just don't need sleeves some days right there. The hair is because it gets in the way directly. And the pants are because the tighter they are, there you go. You can show off more of the goods. That's what I was told. Not sure what goods, but the goods.
And why is your stomach exposed?
Well, it's a fashion sense.
But,
I'm going to be completely honest. This outfit wasn't completely picked out for me right there. There was this weird one in the crew that I went with right there, and she said this is the outfit I should wear. So there we go.
Also, you care about fashion, yet you judge me for also caring about fashion. That makes you a hypocrite.
I don't care about fashion, but okay.
Ladies, you're both pretty.
No,
I'm
just thinking
pretty
to himself, he
princess
dresses
here.
up like a giant bird. Like,
Lita does say that in character. Ladies, you're both pretty.
I am the prettiest princess.
Oswald at that actually turns to you and smiles. Well, if you want me to be a woman, Miss Ford, you need only ask.
what the fuck?
Magic is a wonderful
Lita,
thing.
going for both sides.
Look, I'm just saying that you gotta know that dressing like this willingly on the regular, most people are not going to take you seriously.
This is
seriously.
This is the epitome of fashion among the nobles in Skarngard.
Are they blind?
From Skarngard, I've never seen anyone dressed like that.
Well, you weren't hanging around nobles.
Yeah. You were never hanging around the nobles, so you don't actually know how they dress. Which by the way, I'm gonna point this out for you guys. You've met the Emperor of Skarngard, the highest of the high. He does not dress like this.
Yeah, this is a guy who's full of shit.
Yeah, the president doesn't dress like that, but all the weirdos around him in district or the capital dress like that.
Mm-hmm. You're actually not far off.
Imagine this, gentlemen. The Hunger Games, but everybody in President Snow's cabinet is dressed like a fucking carnival clown, except for fucking Donald Sutherland.
That's kind of that's what happened in the movie.
I mean, that's that movie. That's literally that movie.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, literal carnival clowns. Just like literal carnival clowns with like the big shoes and everything.
What? Where is he from? Skarngard?
He's the court mage of Skarngard.
Yeah, there we go. Here's the high society. Those are the nobles.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is more inspired by French nobility, but sure.
Oh, so
I mean, French nobility might as well be clowns.
He's a mime.
Mm-hmm.
It's a me.
What?
Yeah, that's a fun.
I will watch him. Just
the description just feels like a reverse version of this.
Yes.
Already got that drip. But alright, enough about the clowns. Let's talk about our clowns. We're gonna send the cannibal clowns into the elven lines.
Send in the clowns.
Field Commander Pennywise takes a.
All hail Field Marshal Pennywise.
But yeah, like
What?
Osmond is more inspired by this than clowns, but I suppose it wouldn't really make that much of a difference to
There's
you
a
guys.
difference.
I feel like the main fact is the fact that he paints his face completely white. That makes him a
And
clown.
he's got the blue streak.
French-
That's clown. Yeah.
Fun sideways fact, by the way. It's actually theorized that some of the nobles that went mad actually went crazy because the white face paint they used contained combinations of arsenic and lead.
I totally believe that. But yeah, the French nobility did wear white face paint.
Well, it's what
Yeah,
makes
that's
him a
why-
clown is the blue, because once you have the white face paint, that's one thing. But then when you do like the face paint, like right here on the eyes, that's what makes you a clown.
Oh, it's the eyeliner.
There's
And
a
if he
fi-
wasn't
there's a-
wearing eyeliner, would you not call him a clown?
There's a
No, he'd just be
fine line.
He'd be a gravekeeper.
There's a fine line between Jane Doe from fucking Ride the Cyclone and Jack Spicer.
I don't know who either of those are.
They're dead.
Jack Spicer's Challenge Showdown.
Yeah.
I've
The
never
greatest
seen Challenge Showdown.
the greatest non-antagonist of a kids cartoon in the early 2000s. Also, I'll say this.
Mhm.
What was the name of the ghost that followed? What was the name of the evil spirit that he helped?
Yeah.
Wuya. Yeah. Ghost Wuya? She's fine. Human Wuya? Confused.
It turns out this ghost with a like Japanese mask turned out to be a MILF the whole time.
Weirder things have happened.
As it should be.
Yep.
But yes, like with this
As
conversation, like,
wills.
but yeah, with all of this, like Oswald is just going to look between you and Malediction. That is very rude. That is just simply very rude.
How rude.
I mean, you don't see me judging you for your lack of fashion.
He just said you have no drip.
He did, yes, he literally just did.
Lita says, aside from the fact that I was once laughed out of high society for playing the wrong type of music while visiting your country, I have a request.
Yeah, this is a war planning session. We're yelling about our fashion choices.
You're the ones who decided to confront him about his face paint.
You dripless fuck.
It's like that.
I feel like it's reasonable to not trust medicine being offered to you for free from a clown.
A clown who is literally the most.
What if it was Puddles? What if it was Puddles? Would you
A clown
accept
who is literally the
Still.
most powerful magic user in the entire known world.
A knife in the back is still a knife in the back.
Oh boy, magic
A knife in the
users.
back.
I know they're one weakness. Hitting them really hard.
All right, but yeah, Osmond turns to you and just like, very well then, Lady Fort. What you need only ask.
I just like to say this this conversation went from we've come to request materials to well look at you dripless fuck.
It's your own fault for the party. It's your own fault for the friends you
No
took.
friends, and definitely no bitches.
But you walked up to a French nobleman and told him, "What the fuck is wrong with your face?" How did you think he was gonna react? Yes.
Look,
You can trust Dr. Clowns.
I'm not just imagining. Look here, you dripless no bitch fuck. Hey, Lita says, I actually have a request from you.
You need only ask.
Because actually, I realized, oh yeah, I get another spell.
Mhm.
I'm going to take a different spell because I like the look and manner of this spell because Jesus fucking Christ is this fucking slap.
Go right ahead.
We're going to need a lot of supplies, and I'm going to need some high-ranking members of your organization because I'm going to need them stationed wherever we have
planning meetings or discussions.
I see where you're going with this. You don't want to be disturbed.
No. I don't want to be spied upon.
Is that not more or less what I said?
Does it stand to reason that Fenharel is more than likely has the ability to scry upon us?
Oh yes, very much so. And we know
it was in a different dimension.
it's like do not worry. He cannot see us here. However, he very much has the capability to scry on us as he wishes.
Then you're familiar with the spell False Vision.
Lady Ford, where are you going with this?
We're going to need a significant amount of crushed jade.
I can procure that for you.
Excellent.
Does he have contacts in like the Eastern Empire? What the hell?
He's the Archmage of Skarngard. He can get you anything.
This isn't the spell I'm taking, but in doing my research, I came across this little nugget.
Mm-hmm.
False Vision. So this spell creates a subtle illusion, causing any divination, scrying spell, used to view anything within the area of the spell to instead receive a false image as the major image spell, as defined by you at the time of casting. It lasts 1 hour per level.
So basically, if I'm understanding you, whenever you're going to have your important meetings, you cast this instead. So if they scry on you, they'll see the false vision instead.
Yes, that's not the spell I'm taking, though.
But you want him to cast a spell for you for your meetings.
Yes.
Okay. So
for all meetings across all bureaucratic levels.
He'll get this. It's like I will make certain that this is done. If you're good, I must say though, Lady Ford, a Syrian taking an interest in magic.
I'm not Syrian.
Weird. Even still, you are a citizen of that country. But I will procure your jade for you. This definitely sounds like something that is necessary. And before you ask, Lady Ford, even though it is also within our power to scry, unfortunately we cannot scry on Fenharel for you. We have attempted this many times. He has found ways to block our vision.
I'm not asking you to do that. Mm-hmm. However, there is one request I can give you, because it is my understanding that you have the ear of a certain individual. A request I will ask of you in private.
Very, very well then.
Because I'm recalling something from when Malediction came to Lita and talked to her about Princess Minerva's schemings.
Okay. So with that, Osmond is going to look to the three of you and just politely ask if you would mind giving us the room for a brief moment.
Right.
So Burchill leaves. Nox, do you leave?
I was never here. He's in the wall.
Yep.
He's in the wall!
Man, Lita, this should be the false vision every time they try to scry on us.
I was thinking a little... Oh.
Just confuse the hell out of him, like, what am I looking at?
I was thinking a little more... I was going to go with an oldie but a goodie.
What's it? The seal? No, what's this?
Oh dear God!
Fuck you, Baltimore! If you're
my dad and I just finished watching The Wire, which takes place in Baltimore.
So like, every time he goes, "Fuck you, Fenharel! You're such a dumb motherfucker. Well, fuck your wife." Come on,
Actually,
fuck your wife. Yeah, that's it. Well, fuck.
And they probably don't mind.
Yeah,
well, she's dead. So That'll make
All
him
right.
angry every time, like, "Ah!"
So yeah, malediction. Do you leave so that Osmond and Lita can have some privacy?
Mike.
Mike,
Yeah.
do you leave so that malediction and Osmond can have some privacy?
Yes.
Okay. So the three of you walk back out towards the foyer, which leaves Lita and Osmond alone in the lounge for who knows how long.
I think
It's
all
like-
Scar and Gardens are clowns, Burchill. As we're
I
leaving.
had no idea she went that way as well.
Yeah, Burchill looks like, again, I'm Skongarian.
No, I'm talking about
The-
the rich Scar and Guards. Well, I mean, you're rich now, but you got rich over here.
I have a better vision, boys.
Well, if that's the case, that certainly makes sense considering the king's competence. Competence.
Oh, God. No.
Oh dear God!
Yes.
It
Yes.
seems the war is over. Fenrirel shot himself for some reason.
In this setting, would it be called Khajiit the musical?
Yes.
Okay.
We found Fenrirel. He hung himself.
No, he's got the face from the ring on, like his like jaws dislocated.
All right. So while you and the mage are alone, what do you wish to ask? What do you wish to ask him, Lita?
It is my understanding that Princess Minerva is your apprentice.
This is indeed the case. Yes.
Good. What is your relationship with your apprentice?
In what manner are you specifically asking?
Will she listen to you?
She damn well better.
Good. Malediction out there was in correspondence with her.
I am very much aware. I gave her the sending stone after all.
Yes, well, your Princess Minerva made efforts to recruit Malediction.
Did she now?
Yes.
So she's always been a schemer, that one. Much like her father.
That is understandable. I would encourage you to encourage her to stop.
But just for the sake of curiosity, what did she offer Malediction?
The particulars I have not been made fully aware of. Wait, actually, Mike,
Yeah.
you told Lita in character that the princess basically told
Yeah.
you help me, I'll make Enzo Pope.
Yes.
So Lita says through her teeth.
Ain't helping her.
Yeah, Lita says through her teeth. I'm not made fully aware of the particulars of their supposed offerings. If I need to roll bluff, I will.
You do, and he rolled sense motive, so go right ahead.
Willing Discord doesn't fucking freeze. 27.
Well, even with Oswin's very high sense motive, a natural one is still a natural one, so he believes you.
However, I believe it'd be in her best interest to keep her fucking nose out of my fucking business.
You want her to stop poaching your employees?
No. I don't mind that.
They're useless.
I don't. What I mind is the fact that she's trying to, in my own opinion, undermine my integrity. And the integrity of the organization I have built up with my associates.
I understand. My apprentice and I will have words.
Let them be words of encouragement, because otherwise, I have ways and means.
I do not doubt that. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Lady Ford.
Oh, and if your princess takes umbrage to this, feel free to let her contact me personally. And we can discuss woman to child.
Osmond at that just smiles. Oh, she is going to love you. In a way, she kind of already does. She greatly admires you. You know, she did her research before we met you in person. She's her. It's rare even in Skarngard for a woman to accomplish so much. So you're famous.
Well, it's appreciative. Though, I guarantee you, whatever she found, well...
I imagined it was exaggerated, as all stories are.
We'll see.
It's like, nonetheless, I will have words with my apprentice, and they will be strong words of encouragement. We do, after all, have a war to win.
Yes, and let it be her understanding that her interference in this manner might help cost us some much-needed victories, and after all, it is in her best interest that we win so that she has a future country to co-rule with her husband.
It shall be done, Field Marshal.
Because accidents do happen. And who knows? We might accidentally lose the city, and might accidentally lose the war, and might accidentally make sure this war ends up on her doorstep instead of ours.
He just smiles at that. He's like, "Oh, Lady Ford, you do not need to explain to me the nature of accidents."
And just a little bit of encouragement so that she understands where I'm coming from. Mm-hmm. I'll let you in on a trade secret.
He just nods and listens.
And before I leave to rejoin my friends,
yeah,
I basically head to the door. Trade secret here. Mm-hmm. I managed to accomplish the one thing that none of your men were ever able to do.
He's just listening politely.
I killed Ezekiel Tempest.
Liar!
Fucking kill stealing bitch!
Yeah, they sent us to the other room so she could just lie.
No, what she's basically saying is, it's basically like, because building herself up as like this basically Machiavellian schemer.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like the clown goes, "Wait a minute, that's illegal."
Yeah, but basically, like, Lita is this Machiavellian schemer, basically... Actually, to rephrase it... she goes, actually, I misspoke. I orchestrated the assassination of Ezekiel Tempest.
So the rumors are true.
And unlike the rest of you clowns, I succeeded.
Dunk.
And then Lita closed.
The rumors are true, you lying bitch.
And then Lita basically, she doesn't close the door delicately behind her. As she walks out, she fucking slams that fucking door.
Which is awkward because when you walk out of the magnificent mansion, it's a door, but then when you turn around to go to slam it, it's a tent flap.
Yeah,
it's very awkward.
I would
wonder how she could have possibly killed such a powerful
conversation.
Man. A tiny girl and an old man. Like, oh my god, what are we doing?
Alright, so you guys are outside of Oswald's tent. And
check the chat. Mike wants to do something.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Go right ahead. So while that conversation's happening, what are the three of you guys discussing in the foyer?
So yeah, clowns.
What? What, Grant?
We were just talking about. I was talking with Burchill about clowns. So if you want to jump in with that, like, yeah, I guess they all dress like clowns, like the rich folks in Skarngard.
I don't know. I've seen worse.
And Burchill said the joke of, well, that would definitely explain the Emperor's incompetence.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So, I have a question for both of you.
Alright.
You're both moderately, well, more so yourself, Burchill, moderately fighty people, right? Bruisers, such in that way, gentlemen, try to be intimidating, that sort of thing.
Well, Dr. Fritz is not quite a fighter. I'm more of a creator. I'm looking around at all the people in this camp.
Sure.
I
You're
have no
not
idea how
in the
many
camp
men
yet.
I've killed.
You're not in the camp yet. You're still in the foyer of the mansion, so there's
Okay,
no one
good.
around you except for... There are unseen servants, though.
I would assume, how would somebody get your attention if they wanted to fight you, for example?
Have you ever thought of just
Walk up to me and punch me in the face?
I was just about to say that. God dang it.
Got it. So I will go up to Vlad and punch him in the face. Got it.
Say what now?
Oh yeah, I heard that he beat up a bunch of the soldiers right there. And I already fought the Sultan guy, but there should be another person there, and that would be fun. In more the ways than one.
Why do you want to go around picking fights with people?
Because, one, it's fun. And two, there you go. I haven't met anyone who could actually kick my ass yet.
I don't think
There's
he's
a
more
few
along.
close calls, like Sultan was close. Rowan, was he Rowan? Is Jayson's character named Rowan?
Yeah, Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan, yeah.
Rowan got close right there. He did knock me on my ass when I was younger there. Currently, don't know how that would go. I could basically name the people that beat my ass on, a hand, but never actually took me out right there. I mean, there's one guy in the other world who would probably beat me, but I think he'd fucking murder me afterwards right there.
I'm kind of worried that's what Vlad would do. The dude's kind of unhinged.
Well, that just makes it much more fun.
Also, I don't think he would give you the time of day. Seems the only person he wants to. He would drop everything and fight on the spot. Is that Anderson guy?
Got it. So I need to beat up Anderson to get to him.
I'm saying more that you need to beat Anderson. I mean, Nox, you can make that potion to make people look like other people, though I don't know. No, so.
No good can come of this.
I'm just saying that we have done this before.
I don't know. I've never been a man before. That would be an interesting situation. Never tried that.
Well, it's not like it this is hard to explain the specific. It's an image, but it's. Okay, so just think this through though. He, the Impaler, or the Bloodthirster,
Inky.
He might actually kill you.
Threat of death right at that point. So you're saying if I do this, I'm going to want to make sure Enzo or another Cleric's in the background, so I don't actually die. What if I
What the fuck happened to you in that other world?
What did you say?
What the fuck happened to you in the other world?
Lots of stuff. Some enjoyable, most not. I bit a guy's face off once. I wasn't aware of it, but I saw the aftermath. He didn't die. But he had to get a new fit.
That's terrible, but understandable.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay, so, I'm pretty sure, even if he's not a raving psychopath, he's into older girls. Like, his boss.
Hey, I'm not looking for a relationship or such.
Okay,
I mean, going off the prospects of people that have been able to beat me, none of that is healthy in any.
Okay, I'm back. Did you guys finish giving Anaris dating advice?
What
No,
dating
because
advice?
we're just
I'm trying to
confused.
talk her off the ledge, but it's not working. The ledge is getting closer.
He will murder you. Sounds kinky. He will fucking impale you. Hot.
All right.
Why are you kink shaming?
If you're on this, if you're determined to be on this course, have you ever just walked up to the guy and asked him, "Will you fight me?"
Oh yeah, I did.
And he
Then he
said,
kind of just ignored and brushed off.
"Well, there you go. No means no."
No means no until yes.
Oh,
I was told by my last.
No.
date rapist Anaris is not where I saw this coming.
Last boss said that's how you get someone to like you like that. You just do that.
All right. So, do you only want him to fight you? Maybe we could, like, I don't know, set up a fighting tournament to ease tensions, because a lot of these Scarran Guardians are gonna be pissy with all of our the Witch Hunters. So maybe we'll just have a boxing tournament or some shit.
That's a good
No,
idea.
because didn't Leah specifically ban fighting
She banned
Dueling.
dueling.
and
Dueling.
dueling?
Yeah, she banned dueling.
Dueling? I said nothing of the sort about boxing.
Oh yeah, so Nox will bring that. I guess she banned dueling. That means someone's gonna die. But if we have it like a match with fists or just like blunter weapons, release some stress, and everyone likes a good entertainment, right?
Releasing stress in multiple ways.
And if we can have Integra put him in the fight, and you just so happen to be there, that'll fulfill your duty, like your obligation to fight him, right?
It would fulfill multiple things.
Oh God, I hate this. Okay, yes.
Lita, this is the part where you leave the conversation with
You
Oswald.
leave the conversation right into me. That would fulfill this. It would fulfill multiple things.
Yeah, like that's what you hear as you walk out of the room with Oswin.
Oh, speaking of that, damn, I left that there. I don't have that.
Lita, we might need a boxing tournament so she can fight Vlad, and so that no one dies.
I'm sorry, what?
When did a little death kill
No.
you?
Anaris keeps trying to drag us into her kink.
Oh.
Not
The
a
only
king.
way I see him fighting her and no one dying is if we have rules in place and actually have like a
Ain't
boxing.
nobody gonna flatline right there.
What do you mean by flatline?
Dead? Kill someone?
But that word flatline, like.
Well,
how
you
does that
see,
take-
when you're alive, you go like this, and when you flatline, you're just a line. No heartbeat, no nothing. You're trashed, flatlined.
Wait, their heartbeats are in the other world? Are they measure them in lines?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. Don't ask me. I don't know how their machine work.
Nox focuses his echolocation on Burchill's heartbeat, trying to imagine lines.
While doing this, you also pick up Anaris' heartbeat, and you notice it gets significantly faster the more she talks about Vlad.
The more she talks about fighting. There you go.
Yeah, specifically fighting Vlad, but not just Vlad in general.
You heard that
Nox
footing.
is Nox like
Vlad,
maybe it's a good
fighting
idea. Like before
culture.
my daughter became a teenager.
Anyway, so yeah. Zach, do you have anything to say to this?
Lita will, well, if nobody's gonna die, then I guess I'll consider it.
Call it advanced training.
Yeah, just really, we don't want her getting in over her head. She was talking about impersonating Anderson, and it's like, that's too much.
Lita just said
No, that's
Lita
what
turned.
you said. You said the only way this would happen is if I could either get Anderson or beat Anderson.
Or Integra.
Okay. How
Give me
about
a day
this?
and I could do that.
How about this? We can set up a sort of fight circuit. Nothing extreme, nothing that would lead to the deaths of countless people. And we'll call it a morale building exercise.
Mm-hmm.
Fists only.
Yeah, fists only, why not? That way, some of the Scarred Guardians can get their frustrations on the Syrians, some of the Syrians can get their frustrations on the Scarred Guardians, and in the end, all everybody does is get sweaty, tired, a little bit bloody, and in the end, a morale-boosting exercise.
And maybe some money getting exchanged.
I mean, I have like a bunch of people under me, so I should probably force enter them and see what happens. The team building exercise.
You said you
fair
wanted
enough.
to end this war. This is not what was going to happen.
Called
Yeah.
into opposing gang territory.
True King of Iron Fist. 2015.
I was going to post Mortal Kombat, but you said nobody dies, so I was just like, yeah, King of Iron Fist makes more sense.
You said nobody would die in this tournament. I lied.
Well, because Lita's technically an angel, this would actually be more of a fatal fury.
Oh,
Angel.
There's an angel in Tekken.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, angel.
And Nox is Batman for a guest character.
Alright, so do you guys leave the tents and continue this conversation, or are you still having this, in the foyer, next to all the unseen servants?
We should probably not talk, play our hand to the Scarred Guardians that were setting up a fight ring, because no one talks about the Fight Club.
Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. This is Oswin's mansion. You have no idea what he can see, hear, or influence in this place.
Well, luckily, we're only talking about fighting and boning vampires. So
wait, this is a mansion.
Oh, what do you know?
Oh, look, a wall.
Typical high school talk.
Mm-hmm.
She just punched a hole in his wall, time to go.
Alright, so to make this simpler, I'm going to say you guys...
All the way, there you go.
To make this simpler, with all the travel time and all the other things going on, I'm going to say, the sun is now just starting to set, so, what are you guys going to do right now? Should we just skip to the weekend when you're all having dinner, or, is there anything you guys want to do first?
Then we have a bathroom break.
Sure, go right ahead.
Yeah.
Is
Only-
Kira still in the city?
Also, I wanted to get
I guess. Yeah.
Alright, so...
when, it's just going to set up everything to get Nox the shit he needs, fill out all those orders and all that paperwork.
Thank you.
Okay, so you're doing that...
That's a list of drugs that I have in the other world, and formulas to make them.
I know how to make half this shit.
You know the formulas to make drugs from the other world.
What the hell is PCP?
So if anyone's looking for Burchill, he's in his home office with a quill and an abacus.
Alright, so... Okay, so... Bathroom break, and then when we all get back, we'll cut to the next day, where, Lita, you will have your speech.
Good, I'm about to piss off an entire populace.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was asking, is Pyrrha still in the city or not?
Oh yeah, she is.
Pyrrha's still in the city. She's...
I would like to have a conversation.
Okay, then... Okay, you're still here, and I just used the restroom, so, yeah. What... It's not hard to find Pyrrha. You actually go back to Lita's house, and she...
I'm actually gonna grab lunch.
Yeah, you find Pyrrha. Yeah, you find Pyrrha.
Sup?
It's like, oh, hi, I'm confused. What do I call you now?
Malediction.
Okay. It's a very weird word.
Well,
okay, malediction. What did you need?
Anaris was a problem. Malediction is not. There you go.
And then who's Vanessa?
But you're also a Anaris, so does that mean you're still a problem since you're still a Anaris?
I mean, many people call me a problem.
So you're still a Anaris then?
Yes or no?
Okay. What do you need?
Well, I got a question for you.
Okay.
Would you call the innate need to constantly get into a fight and get your ass handed to you? But I want to wait till Zach gets back.
we'll say Lita's not there, so go ahead. Okay, fine.
Well, Zach,
all right, you know, fine.
All
right, fine.
I want Lita to hear this. I want it to be funny.
All right, let me pause it. Pause the recording then.
Okay.
There we go. We're recording.
Okay, Mike. You and Lita walk back into your house, and to continue with what you were saying before.
With Pyrrha.
Oh
yeah, with Pyrrha.
Got a question for you, Chick.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Would you call the inherent want/need to constantly get into a fight with an individual to prove the stronger one of you two, which may lead into other things, a kink? I call it a natural way of living.
Are you are you asking me if you're some kind of sadomasochist?
I mean, maybe. I don't know what I am.
Because
I'm
that's
not a dipshit.
because that's what it sounds like you are. It sounds like you know. It sounds like you enjoy not only giving pain but receiving it as well. Like if I was to say, for the sake of science, to punch you in the face right now, how do you think that would make you feel?
Annoyed at first, and then I'd respond.
In what way?
I'd respond in a way that would make Lita very angry.
But how would that make you feel? How would punching someone else and then getting punched in turn make you feel?
That's hot.
Lita, you're hearing this whole conversation, by the way.
That's kind of hot. Right there. But with you, probably not, because I think you would get one punch in, and then I would lay your ass in down to the floor.
So it sounds to me like you're a sadomasochist.
I could be.
Go get therapy. Please.
It didn't work. I made the therapist kill herself. Well, she didn't kill herself. She wished she was dead after meeting me a few times, and then she went over into the loony bin.
Lita? How much longer does Malediction have to keep living with us?
Oh, I thought we were friends.
We are friends, but the more I talk to you, the more I find myself getting very, very uncomfortable around you. I don't know if I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and you're just going to be standing there over my bed ready to punch me in the face just because you feel like it, or I said the wrong thing to you yesterday.
This doesn't do anything right there. You're not very intimidating or powerful in any way.
I'm not trying to be intimidating. I'm just trying to be me.
I mean, I asked you a legitimate question.
You asked me a question and I answered it for you. You're a sadomasochist. You like hurting people. You like getting hurt. It makes you aroused.
Yes and
no. You still said yes.
I mean, you're attracted to Rowan. That's the same thing.
I don't want Rowan to hurt me. And I don't want to hurt him.
That is the passion. So I've been told.
Pyrrha's just going to walk away very quickly.
Rowan sneezes a few, like 100 miles away.
Yeah, Rowan's meeting with the Pope right now. I'm sorry. No, bless you, my child.
Bless you, my son.
And all of a sudden he takes his hand back. Wait a minute, no, it's too late. And Rowan just starts glowing and rises in the air.
You know, Lita, I realized one thing about Pyrrha. She's very sheltered right there.
Yeah, the girl we rescued from a box and from enslavement is sheltered.
I don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Anaris ever knew that.
She doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think Pyrrha would have told you.
The first character wanted to just kill Pyrrha.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Lita looks at Anaris.
Mm-hmm.
Who's Anaris?
Finger guns. It just makes it easier.
Finger crossbows.
Finger crossbow.
Wait, there you go. Finger crossbows. You gotta twist them. Click, 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 click.
Mm-hmm.
Bucket.
Aha.
This is going to be practice for when
Uh-oh.
looks down at her stomach.
Mm-hmm.
I will corrupt that shot. No.
Okay.
How do you feel? Or rather, malediction. How do you think people display affection for each other?
Well, it depends. Right there. Some people probably do it in some ways, hand-holding, kissing, shit like that right there. Others beat the shit out of each other. I knew a guy that displayed affection by shooting people. He was weird. Oh, it didn't do the full gift. That's sad. Whole bunch of ways, I'd assume.
Physical and Lita says this in sincerity.
Double.
Physical and people don't display affection when they hit someone.
You have not known a lot of affection. Your affection is kind of what I would have been referred to in the other as basic white bread shit.
Or vanilla, as it were.
Vanilla, as some would say.
As someone in California would say, vanilla.
I mean, this world is a big change from the last one, where you'd see quite a few people just jacking it in the street. That was a weird experience the first few months.
You ever been to some red light districts in Skarngard, have you?
Don't think so.
Okay, look here, kid. Hypothetically here, let's say you finally find the Mr. Right,
Yes.
who bests you in a fight.
Mr. or Mrs. Doesn't matter right there.
They just have to beat me bloody.
I just have to beat that shit. And win.
Now let's say this continues after you've formalized the relationship.
Okay.
They continue to display their affection through beating the shit out of you.
Okay.
What then?
I'm not hearing a downside. That's hot.
There's no salvaging her.
Lita looks at... Oh. Okay. I'm gonna roll perception to see if Hattori is listening in on this, because if he is, if he is, this story is not gonna get told. But if he isn't, this story's getting told.
Let me roll for him to see if he's in the room.
He should just nope out like I'm done.
Hattori was in the room, but then after hearing some of this conversation, he did exactly as Nox said. He just went like, nope, and turned around and walked right back up the stairs.
Shake the shit out of her.
Best movie.
Good, very good movie.
What movie was this?
Ink.
Oh, yeah, that movie. It's been a while
Which is
since I've
filmed in
actually seen it.
downtown Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
But
I should watch that again.
Shake the shit out of her.
Lita says, do you know why Hattori is right-handed?
Maybe that's how he was born. I know I'm right-handed.
No, he's left-handed.
But you said right-handed.
Yes.
I mean,
He is naturally left-handed.
We will be watching this movie when we're together.
yes.
His father tried to teach him to be only right.
All right.
You want to know how he taught him?
I assume hitting him or something.
With a belt.
Okay. That's kind of a different situation. That's a father and a son right there.
Yes,
I've been told that is tough love.
but it's not.
Enrique said that a lot. Although Enrique was a little fucked in the head. That could have been related to it.
Look.
Although he was missing part of his head. Well, he got the... So he's...
Lita looks at Anaris. At what point will the beatings no longer be, at least for you, considered love?
I don't know. I've never gotten into that sort of situation right there. Never actually found someone who could do it right there. In that way. As mentioned, but the closest I have gotten has been fighting that Sultan individual and fighting Rowan when I was a lot younger. But I don't know if that situation would have changed now. And that's why it sucks that he's gone, because I can't ever verify if it's still directly in that way. I mean, if you fought a few people over there, but it just wouldn't get close enough right there. Although there was a guy that switched out his arms. There were several that switched out their arms for mechanical right there. But they were a lot slower. Couldn't really hit. No, there's one guy who did stop time. He was weird. But he took one hit and he went down. But I'm going to speak honestly. Do you honestly think, in this type of hypothetical situation, that if I get into some sort of relationship in this way, that I'm just going to let him beat on me and I'm going to be the helpless little girl who's going to need you to save her? Do you honestly think that situation would happen? Or would it be more likely that he would attempt that and then I would fucking bite his face off? Because if you're thinking the first situation, I don't know if you've met me. Hi, my name is Malediction. I beat people up and break every bone in their body for fun. I don't know. Do you want the previous version back? The one who just hated everything and was angry at life and wanted to fucking murder Nox in horrible ways? Or do you want the fun one right here? Who doesn't want to kill Nox, who realized she was an asshole when she was younger, and is a much better person.
What's fun about wanting to get the shit kicked
Meanwhile,
out
Nox
of you?
is listening through on the other line.
What?
Why am I here?
Why
Did you just eat dental floss? Why are you eating dental floss?
It's got mint on it.
Got to keep his teeth clean.
True, your teeth need to be clean.
Oh no, I had something felt weird about between these two teeth, and so I flossed and there was a little bit of blood, so I think something was stuck in the gum.
Aha.
But no, as Lita said,
We should stop kink shaming. We're not going to win.
and Lita says,
Lita's like, I'm worried that you're going to get into an abusive relationship.
no, what she's worried about.
I'm the abusive one.
No, what Lita's proposing here is,
Mm-hmm.
and you're sitting here. Basically, what Lita said was,
Default.
when you're just like who wanted to kill Nox, wanted to do this, and just
Basically.
yeah.
Older
just like,
Anaris? Do you want back older Anaris? Or do you want back newer Anaris?
I don't know. Older Anaris seemed young Anaris was impulsive.
Mm-hmm.
Had no idea how the world worked.
Exactly.
And functioned like a brat.
Exactly. And that's why she's gone. She's dead. Over there.
I killed her.
Yeah. But Lita then says,
I murdered her. Dun, dun, dun.
yeah?
Uh-huh.
But she didn't get her kicks by getting the shit kicked out of her.
Yeah, because puberty hadn't hit.
Well, she was a little younger for that before she had any sort of awakenings. She was already fucked in the head. But she liked to hide it, keep it close to her chest. Right there. She was trying to be a functioning member of corporate society. Right there. It didn't work.
This is what 7 years in California does to you.
Pretty much. I have been Californication.
See, I feel like you keep talking about all the wrong people.
So in other words, so Anaris, where were you? It was a land that was perpetually on fire, where even the very air could kill you. And you can never leave. Heave. What? Wait, did you want you to stay? No, it's just as really bad traffic.
That sounds like Night City.
Water, it's 98% acid.
That sounds like Night City.
And also the beach is like really cold for some reason.
Yeah.
And there's also a megalodon out there, but we don't talk about it.
What is wrong with your beach? It's cold. That's the Pacific Ocean.
I can confirm that John does not like talking about the megalodon, even though we both saw it.
Aha.
He can see it from his window.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I can just look outside and see it. What's there to talk about?
The fact that it's not dead like the rest.
What does that matter?
It should be dead. I hate it.
You must finish your work, girl.
Do you really want to kill the last of a dying race?
Yes.
Yes.
Its teeth are as big as
Yes, that's
shovel blades.
literally my entire plan.
Blood for the blood god.
Shark teeth for the skull throne.
Alright, so are we done with this conversation and can move on to the speech?
Lita.
Or
Lita just looks at.
It's getting too real here.
Yeah, Lita just looks at Anaris.
Mhm.
I won't try to fix you.
Why would you try to fix me? I'm already fixed.
No. You think you're fixed.
'Cause I am? I mean, do you want me to go back to trying to figure out ways to murder Nox in horrible ways? I had a list. I don't have the list anymore. I can try to remake the list.
You don't have to revert to that. Just consider this. If you like someone, just talk to them.
Yeah, but the problem is I can't get to that stage until knowing if they can actually kick my ass. And then I know they're strong enough. Right there. Nobody's strong enough right there. So there you go.
So out of character, if you fought that the half.
Meanwhile, in the background of Lita, the world keeps getting darker and darker and darker.
Well, no, I imagine
the half-ogre monk has enough health that it would take like 10 sneak attacks from Anaris to take him down.
So would she start dating that dude if we fought him and he passed out?
No,
Lita,
it's a one-on-one battle.
all Lita thinks is, I could teach you. I could teach.
Health or something.
I could teach you. Lita's just thinking, I could teach you a very valuable lesson by asking my uncle over there to literally just like say, you two are gonna fight mano a mano, hand to hand, until like which one of you goes down. 3 seconds later, I think Anaris is down.
Nope.
Good.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't. He has
Second
no penis.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's got fists.
I have no functional genitalia, and I have the concept of love baffles me.
He's
give
got
me a sec.
fists.
Let me pull this out of my bag of holding.
No.
It's got a mind of its own.
I just remember.
I mean, in the other world, there was this thing called Bad Dragon.
Oh God.
Moving on!
But yeah, I'm just remembering back when in Zorangrad, whenever that was our plan to kill the one dude in the orgy, was we just have Sugawai's got fists. And, you know, remember he said he's got no genitalia, and I said he's got fists, and we all just lost it for like 5 minutes.
Jesus.
Alright, moving on.
Oh.
So, this conversation...
Too real for you.
This
Lita concludes this by just basically saying,
Lita, I know you're trying to help, but I like being this.
it's a shame
like
you went.
not being a problem.
It's a shame you didn't go to a world where somebody actually hugged you and loved you. And she walks off.
Well, yeah, last time I had that and put my trust into someone, they tried to murder me.
Anaris always gets the last word in an empty room.
Damn
Yes.
Johnny.
It's
Reminds me of my grandfather.
Alright, so you guys all find yourselves to sleep. And the following morning...
That's right. Lita never went to her office, so she never got my letter.
Lita, I'll say Lita got your letter, but before that can be attended to, there's something more immediately important.
The cliffhanger. Goodbye.
No. So the following day, I'll say this is done as early as possible. You all find yourselves congregating in Hierarch Square.
No.
Where a sizable crowd of military and civilians alike have gathered. Lita, a stage has been set for you. A pulpit has been set. You do not need a pulpit, but it is there if you want it.
Fuck that pulpit. Just kick it over and piss on it.
I assert dominance by kicking the pulpit.
So, now here's my first question. Lita is obviously the one giving the speech as she requested. However, the rest of you, where do you situate yourselves? Because you are all part of this.
I guess Nox will be up on stage doing the sign language for the deaf.
Do you know sign language?
Nope.
Murder Bush Bear Pizza?
I'm not.
Because remember, that actually fucking happened. Where they had
What?
Remember, that did happen where some lady showed up in Florida, pretended to be somebody who apparently knew sign language, and literally did fucking sign where she was like she said like bear pizza bang murder bush.
It's like the deaf people.
Then they come back.
Us carnally.
Then they come down. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where it's like, yeah, no, that was just total gibberishy, no sign language.
Mm-hmm. They literally just asked, does anybody know sign language for this? And they said, yeah, and she raised her hand.
That's hilarious. Alright, but yeah, so Nox is on stage.
I'm not on stage, fuck that.
Okay, fine.
Burchill,
where are you?
I'm also on stage.
Am I even needed for this speech?
It's more about presentation. You're all part of this. So
we're all presentated.
Yeah. I mean, like, yes, Lita's Lita is field marshal, but she cannot function without the party as a whole. So yeah, it's about the group.
I guess Burchill just standing nearby in the stage, with his cane like this. I would demonstrate with my Riddler cane, but that broke months ago, so I no longer have it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That sucks.
I don't know. Do you need me to spritz up there? Because otherwise, I'd like to keep him secret too. Because you don't want to get your scientists out in the open.
Anaris, where are you?
Either on stage or with Enzo. One of those places.
Well, where's Enzo?
I imagine Enzo's probably on the opposing corner of Burchill.
That's a perfect way. I'll let you violate the code once. You let me violate it. Will you let me marry her? That's a specific request, but okay. Funny enough, Mace Windu probably been like, "Oh, you want to marry her and have kids? Dude, do you see my lightsaber form? Do you think I adhere by the code?"
Yes, very strictly, actually.
Yeah, Anakin, you're now a civilian.
I'll also say that on the stage, standing at opposite ends, just to show both unification and authority, is General Radon and Colonel Kuzland.
I think Nox will be out and about because someone's got to look for snipers.
Okay, so Lita, the stage is yours. You have a crowd of onlookers, civilian and military alike. There are even a few elves in the audience.
Some of you may die, but that is a
sacrifice
I am willing to make.
All right. Also, I'd say Lita is dressed rather formally for this.
Okay. Also, Zach, just really quick before you begin, is it just a stage that's set up for you to talk, or is that did you set up that other thing too?
It's gonna take a couple days to engineer a functioning fucking gallows.
Okay, just wanted to know.
I mean, you just need a rope and a chair.
Lita gets on stage. Did you know that in terms of human Pokemon...
Did you know that in terms of human in terms of human and elf breedability, Ilya Hattori is the most breedable elf in the city of Sanctuary?
He's got acid armor that he
All right.
creates himself.
Did you know that in terms of the Modern Fantasy campaign, Adrian is the most breedable party member?
Yeah.
God damn.
All right, so
Yeah.
the
With
floor
high
is yours.
H-Pool and Army Mag.
You know what? I mean, in a Rapalo, that's really what Jezebel's class is about.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hamburger, cheeseburger.
Trying to summon Ronald McDonald?
Haven't you seen that video?
I have.
Yeah.
Hamburger, cheeseburger, hamburger.
Have you seen the one where it's over the Dune footage?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Citizens of Sanctuary, brothers and sisters, I shall not mince words nor attempt to drown you with the niceties of pleasurable conversation and jump straight to the point. War is upon us.
Dun dun.
A war that, to the best of the ability of those aware of it, looks towards her friends.
Mm-hmm.
Attempted to prepare for it, however, nobles, unfit of status and position, pose to seek glory from this conflict rather than survival. As a result of the waste of the waste of time and resources and rampant fuckery of these houses,
As you say that, there are murmurs among the crowd, and you actually hear someone say, "Did she just say fuckery?" Don't let that interrupt you. I'm just saying that's what you hear.
we find ourselves within months before our enemy will come to our door. An enemy that does not care if you are elf, human, or otherwise, because you stand between their ultimate goal of conquest of this nation and the eradication of all peoples that their leader, Fen Harel, deem inferior to his cause. Fen Harel does not care if you are elf or human. He will murder you indiscriminately simply for being what you are against his cause. It is with this knowledge in hand that I stand before you as Field Marshal, commander of the joint forces of the Syrian and Skarn Guardian armies, to prevent the conquest of these nations. It is here in this city of Sanctuary that we will make our stand to stop this insane bastard, this rogue dog, and his cohorts of misguided and misinformed followers before he has a chance to spread his insanity further. This insanity of racial superiority. An insanity of misguided logic and misguided notions. For we are all equal in the eyes of God.
Equally worthless.
And all equal in the eyes of the devil.
Towards the back, you actually do see the taller than everyone else form of Samael watching.
You are all equally worthless meatbags.
Essentially, yes.
So the angel's just standing out about in public.
He dressed as a witch hunter.
Yeah, the angel's dressed as a witch hunter. She'll be fine. She'll be fine.
I'm staring at a crowd of fuckable meat.
Yes, actually.
In the eyes of the devil. He's over there. Hi.
Hi. Don't mind me. I've just been enjoying the speech. Keep going.
come hell or high water, feast or famine, damnation or salvation, we will make our stand in this city of this nation, so that somewhere else another son or daughter does not have to. Our stand will not just decide the fate of one people or one nation, but all nations of this continent, and all her peoples, from the dwarves deep below the earth to the elves and humans in our cities of marble and iron. Fate, not God nor devil, has deemed that it is here that we make our stand. It is with this knowledge that I make the following proclamations. The Edicts of Field Marshal Ford.
The Edicts of Field Marshal Ford? Who is she? Can she do this? She said she was commander of both the Syrian and Scar Guardian armies. I want Hot Pockets. Nobody cares, Todd.
Get this man some hot pockets.
Get this man a fucking hot pocket.
Hot Pocket!
Hot Pocket.
I'll be right on.
First, the Field Marshal is considered second only to His Majesty the King in this city, in terms of rule and authority. Second, the Field Marshal's word is considered equal to His Majesty in this city. When I speak for the King.
A woman can't speak for the king.
Three,
General Dawn's up there with her.
the Civil Council looks towards Enzo, Burchill, and others.
Mm-hmm.
Under myself, hold authority equal to myself on all matters non-military. Effective immediately from this, any individual trying to undermine myself or my council shall be found guilty of crimes against the state.
What?
Tantamount to treason.
Treason? Can she do that?
4.
I think she can.
Peanut butter.
Effective immediately, the royal authority afforded to all noble houses within and around the immediate vicinity of Sanctuary are voided.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? Like that's blasphemy. Like, would the king?
5.
Would the king ever allow this?
Effective immediately, the church and her clergy have their civic authority on all state matters voided, except those granted by myself and those that I have convened with Archbishop Enzo Re Devore.
But blasphemy. She's against the church. The archbishop is up there with her. Isn't Maxwell the archbishop? Maxwell was arrested.
6.
Maxwell was arrested.
Effective immediately, the military, under the guidance of myself, shall take total control of the city of Sanctuary. 7. Effective immediately, martial law is to take effect with the immediate decree. The city guard is to answer to Rowan, Lazare, and Euron Irvine.
When they show up.
Well, Euron's still here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
8. Effective immediately, the military shall be taking a census of citizens of Sanctuary to determine the skills and benefits for the preparation for this war. Those who are deemed fit enough to fight shall be given the opportunity to volunteer for the Army of Sanctuary.
Volunteer? What?
Forced volunteer.
My crimes against humanity have given me the power to fight evil.
Wait.
Those
Anyway,
found to possess the necessary skills or jobs shall immediately be given orders to assist one of the departments of the Civil Council to contribute to the war effort. 9. Effective immediately, though there is a curfew wherein no persons without express written permit shall be out in the city between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m.
Unless the Birdman get you.
Persons caught violating this curfew will be jailed and held until curfew ends.
The murmurs of the crowd are getting louder, and they're starting to become less distinguishable. It's harder to hear what the people are saying.
How am I supposed to cheat on my wife when in the daytime?
You think you hear that, but it's hard now.
How can I go to the porn store when it's daylight? I need to hide my addiction.
Lita waits a few minutes.
Alright.
Repeat offenders of this curfew shall be considered to be partaking in felonious acts of willful sedition and shall be immediately drafted into the sanctuary army.
She can't do that. I think she...
I can't, Lita. I can and I will. I say to single out a person in the crowd.
Alright.
You motherfucker. I can and I will, and I'll put you in there if I...
Like the dad from Invader Zim, like you rush into the crowd and you point right in their face. I can and I will!
Mm-hmm.
Not scientifically possible!
Effective immediately, all criminal courts shall be handled by the military and myself.
Rabble.
Lita waits a minute.
The crowd eventually does decide go quieter, but it takes longer this time.
If you're finished...
They look upon you nervously, not sure what's coming next. Some of them look like they want to yell, but they are also surrounded by armed army people from both Syria and Skarsgård. So yeah.
Effective immediately, crimes that threaten the integrity of the city or the citizenry will be considered crimes against the state. Those found guilty of crimes against the state shall be hung by the neck until dead.
This is like...
Military desertion is considered now until the end of this war a crime against the state. Military desertion shall result in the punishment of being hung until dead.
Set on fire.
Hung? What does she mean hung?
Hanged.
Hanging people is not really a capital punishment they do here in Syria.
They
Most
light
people are
on fire.
yeah, people executed in this country are burned to death at the stake.
And it burns. The
carry is so hot.
My final decree, and my decrees can be amended any time by myself or those in the Civil Council with consideration. My final decree for this moment, effective immediately, magic is no longer considered illegal and the persecution of magic is to cease.
Until the war is over.
Until the war is over.
Roll a diplomacy check. Actually, no, roll a performance check, because you're making a speech to a crowd.
Wait, we can use magic, and like 50% of them just start throwing like ice in the air.
35!
35. Now roll me an intimidate check.
Excellent. 36!
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what happens. You say that, but you say that the crowd just erupts into just a cackle of rabble, and people are just saying whatever. In the midst of that, however, you hear someone yell, "Blasphemer!" and they proceed to throw a brick in your direction. It gets close before it just suddenly stops. You don't see where it comes from or what mage is doing this, but that brick is now just floating in front, like feet from your face.
Do we see the person who threw?
Roll perception.
Well,
Yeah, roll perception to see.
Well, I see him. This is the only roll.
Not what?
Nat 20.
I rolled a nat! Nat what?
Well,
Nat!
Lita, I think we have a perfect first test
Well,
subject
that's
for the gallows.
20 plus 22, so like 42.
Well, what did Burchill roll?
I rolled a 22 as well.
Well,
Okay.
I got 42.
22.
All right. Okay. Both of you see the person who threw it. So, in combination with the intimidate check you made before, Lita, I'm asking you this now so that the three of you can act in tandem as a unit. How do you want to do this?
Sneak
I'm going to take out, because I have the bag of holding me, I'm going to take out her Spitfire, my crossbow, and just shoot him in the kneecap so he can't run.
Oh, you mean the harpoon?
No, Spitfire is Spitfire is the name of the repeating crossbow. The harpoon gun is Beat Scorpion.
Oh, right. Sorry, I misremembered the names. Okay. What ammo type? Because remember, you could pick 3.
Acid.
I ain't gonna.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Let me. It's been a while, so I'm just going to. Because do I have to waste a bolt specifically for the L?
Well, I mean, you're shooting the bolt, but the magical effect comes from the weapon itself, so you're not losing anything by doing that.
Where's our gallows?
Fire lightning seems. It's cold, just to make it harder to run. His light, just freeze around the wound.
How?
Okay, roll to hit. Roll to hit. And you did see him, so you will aim for him specifically. Now, while you're rolling to hit, Anaris, what are you doing?
I'm gonna grapple into the back of him and sneak attack his ass.
He's gonna hit
okay.
the knee, and then you're gonna choke him out.
Okay.
That's a 31 to hit him.
Okay. So here's what. Anaris, you roll to hit 2, and I would like you to roll for sneak attack. Oh, you okay? Roll for sneak attack damage.
Give me a second.
I also mentioned that people will be confused because they probably saw Burchill reach into a bag and just pull out a crossbow that looks bigger than the bag itself.
Don't worry about that.
Oh no, they saw that, and this came right off of Lita saying magic is now legal.
Yay!
Oh god.
I'm not really concerned about the manpower. I have a bottomless bag full of magic weapons.
Mm-hmm.
You only shoot an unarmed civilian, yeah, in the fucking face. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like a hero, Captain?
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
I shot into the crowd because fuck them. They killed what's his name. It was already too far gone. I had to.
How much have you rolled so far, Mike?
10 out of 16.
Okay, you take him out. Just tell us what you do. He's a civilian. Just tell us what you do.
Well, his leg fell off.
Do we need to kill him immediately? I mean, I don't know. Just
killing.
Could have used him as an example for hanging. I mean, I just saw him in the knee.
Oh no! Lita's going to make an example of him if you drag him on stage.
We'll get to you, Lita, but this all happened very fast, and Burchill and Anaris acted before you did.
Well, if he shattered his knee because it's made of ice now, so he's probably one leg missing.
I think I just broke his spine. He can't let me walk again.
God.
Okay, Anaris, stylistically, what did you do? Burchill took out his crossbow, shot him in the knee with ice, so it froze over. What do you do?
I grappled,
Mm-hmm.
and then I hit him really hard in the spine. I broke his fucking spine.
All right. So just very very quickly. He throws the brick. It freezes before it can hit Lita. Burchill, you pull out your crossbow. Shoot him in the knee. It freezes. Prevents him from running. While he's focusing on his knee and everyone else is just looking at the spectacle that just happened, Anaris, no one notices you move as you just make your way into the crowd, get behind him, and just go. And the crowd wants to move. They want to break out into a riot, but before they could, every single surrounding knight, Syrian, and Scarring Guardian all pulls out swords and holds up their shields like Spartan style, and they are arranged in a line. Syrian, Scarring Guardian. Syrian, Scarring Guardian. So So they're doing this. They're doing this together as a unit. Zach, what was your intimidate 8 roll earlier?
36.
36.
What do you do?
Lita, gotta volunteer.
Lita then goes. Lita has a pulpit.
Uh-huh.
Bring the volunteer up on stage.
He is knocked out. He is knocked out Anaris. So go right ahead.
That's a 13. That's a 13.
I didn't actually think that far ahead. This is just a rando racist.
You know what? Dead guy.
You know what? I'm going to type in racist into. I'm not going to type in racist into
Oh,
Google.
don't do that.
Don't do. No.
I will.
As someone whose search results are ruined as it is, don't do that.
Okay, you know what? It's just a nondescript guy. Like, just look. He looks like whatever you imagine he looks like. Just go nuts with it.
Bald, skinny white dude.
Sure. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Looks a lot like Noodle.
I don't know, with the WWE picture Grant posted, I just imagine the dude getting suplex. I think that's Jack Gallagher.
All right, but yeah, Lita, what do you do?
If he's knocked the fuck out.
Oh, he is. Anaris hit him. He's knocked the fuck out.
Congratulations, Lita says. It's so wonderful that someone, upon hearing such a speech, would wish to immediately volunteer for my army.
Oh.
General Radon, we have our first volunteer.
It's like Radon nods, and then go ahead.
I thought they meant volunteer for the hanging.
No, we've got actual people to hang.
It's like, but
just dragged him up the stage.
Radon at that just nods, and with a wave of his hand, 2 Syrians and 2 Scarring Guardians walk out, grab this, take this person from you, Anaris, and if you want to go with them, you can. But
alright, there we go.
But yeah, they take this person from you and drag him out of the crowd. While Anaris, like, I just imagine this as you walk back towards the stage, the crowd just parts and lets you go. They saw you break this guy's spine with a single punch. They're all afraid of you.
As they should be.
Mm-hmm. Lita then grips the pulpit and looks out into the crowd. Mm-hmm. Do I have any other volunteers?
You're flat.
Who said that? Alright. The crowd is, unfortunately for the moment, too stunned and afraid at what they had just seen, so no one raises their hand. However, through your combined efforts, you have struck fear into the hearts of the non-believers.
Let this be a lesson to all of you that doubt us, that doubt me. Mm-hmm. I am doing everything in my power to keep this city from falling. Mm-hmm. For both us and the future generations. The council will be convening to discuss staggered evacuations of the city. When you receive your When you receive your evacuation orders, you will have 24 hours to collect your belongings before you will be taken to Embersoul.
All right.
Where you will immediately put to work in the mines.
We will endure. We will survive this. Drastic times call for drastic measures. Mm-hmm. Fight the real enemy.
Thunk.
Well, Wait, who's the real enemy? It's Will Wheaton. Okay.
Well, Will Wheaton rolls only natural 1, so he should be pretty easy to defeat. Alright, so Zach, is that the end of your speech, or did you wanna did you wanna leave one last zinger?
Nox, throw the phosphorus into the crowd.
Why would you do that?
Why not?
Lita turns to all the armed soldiers. Remember, no Russian.
No Stolichnian.
No Stolichnian.
Hey guys, you're all Syrians, right? I just need you all to kill yourselves.
Enzo, cast hunger and flush in the crowd.
What?
We'll survive this.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
We will survive this.
Why'd you do that? Honestly, I have no idea. That's a literal blood orgy. Yeah. But look at it. Doesn't it just look majestic?
Oh my god, they start taking out the knives because there's too many people in the crowd.
We will survive this. Now start eating each other.
Alright, so, but yeah, Zach, is that the end of your speech? And
Stomach hurts.
Oh man.
I end my speech the only way I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lita looks into the crowd after saying we will endure. God bless this city. And God help us all.
Good night.
As you-
Good luck.
As you turn around and leave the stage, along with your compatriots who follow you just for your protection as well as theirs, as well as the many armed guards to get you to where your destination is unharmed, because you just pissed off an entire city full of people. The crowd erupts. It doesn't quite break out into a riot, but people are shouting all kinds of things.
If it goes into a riot, I'll just toss some tear gas grenades and then some LSD bombs.
It's not quite there yet. Like they saw the reaction to the one guy, and that was very clearly magic, not just from the brick, but from Burchill as well, who pulled a crossbow out of a bag of holding.
Yeah, but from your own words, magical items were a legal grey area anyways.
That's true, but that doesn't mean the common folks see it as such.
Lita's perfectly normal until she gets like 5 feet from the stage. You suck, you flat psycho bitch. Who the fuck said that?
But yes, where do you guys go? Where do you guys go from this speech? And Nox, I'll say you met back up with them for the sake
I'll
of
just follow
simplicity.
along on the rooftops.
I'm going to say this in character. Well, gentlemen, I roused an appetite. Let's go to London.
Where do you go to lunch
just for
after something like that?
Chinese.
Yeah, well, that's all done. Who's for Chinese?
Where do you go to lunch after something like that?
Denny's.
There's no Denny's in Sanctuary.
Got it,
No.
Waffle House.
No!
Yeah, we go to Waffle
Give me a
House.
sec, Grant. Let me get the chili dog burger.
Chili dog burger? That was they got chunks of hot dogs on it too?
Yes.
I wouldn't mind eating that if I made it.
All right. So you all knock. I'll just say you all knock off for lunch somewhere. So, do we want to end the session there, or is there anything else you guys want to take care of?
Right, spot.
Well, we could just commit a war crime inside the diner, just for old time's sake.
Yeah, for old time's sake.
What war crime would you commit in this place?
Wait, we go to an all-you-can-eat buffet,
Pardon?
and that's when Enzo does the hunger thing, and then instead of eating each other, we just eat everything in there.
I cast
Ruin
hunger.
me!
No. I have an idea. I have an idea.
Just eat the rich.
Yeah. We go to the fanciest steakhouse we can possibly find. And then we order the single nicest steak in the entire, like, the kind of steak that takes, like, 35 minutes to a fucking hour to prep properly, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the minute they drop that son of a bitch right in front of us, your like, you know, fancy ass fucking steak, my ladies and gentlemen. Cool. We pull out a bottle of ketchup and just
You monster!
just watch. Oh.
No, you want
Are there any other
worse? You cut into it and go, I'd like to have this well done, please. And push the plate back, and they're like... and that's when the riots happen.
Are there any other crimes against nature you would like to commit today?
I don't know. Who wants to go to the petting zoo and kick the sheep?
I haven't. No. We go to a daycare, and we take a pillow. We go to a daycare for blind kids, and we take a goose, put it in a pillowcase, take the shit out of it, and release the goose in the room.
Well, same time next week.
All right.
Like, question. Very, very important question. Mm-hmm. Why do we release a pissed off goose into a room full of blind kids?
Why not?
I don't know. I didn't really think that through at the time. I was kind of high.
You know, it sounded like a good. It's just like, you know, it sounded like a good idea at the time, but I think we lost the plot.
All right.
I guess the only thing I would think of that I could think of for Lita is following up on that. Following up with see if there's anything's resulted from Osmond talking to.
What's her face?
Yeah, what's her not the princess?
I'll say that she's listening to him, but this is the sort of thing that's going to require more than one conversation. So real results from that are going to have to wait.
We need to send a live badger.
Like they're talking on Skype basically, and they're just being cool, and then this is occasionally brought up. But yeah, like they're going to need to have more than one conversation.
We send a box to the princess. It says "shake thoroughly," and it's a badger.
Okay. So.
Oh great! Now I got leprosy.
All right. Well, if none of you guys have anything else to do, I will like to end on one last note. We cut to later in the week on Saturday, where Lita, you said you wanted to have a fancy dinner.
Oh yeah, I did.
Make sure.
So that's what
Vlad's steak is well done.
So that's where we'll begin next time. Saturday morning, however, Dr. Fritz.
Yes. Dr. Harper.
You receive a message, and it's a message in your head, so it was sent by a mage. The person whom Osmond sent for in Skarngar from the college has arrived with his assistants. They're waiting for you on the dock.
All right then.
All right. So do you go?
Oh yeah, I need to get these people all tip-top shape and then get them cooking.
All right. So you head on over to the docks. And actually, as you step outside of where you pretend your house is, you actually see somebody dressed as a Scarring Guardian mage. It's like, you are Dr. Fritz?
Yes, that's right.
It's like, I was Osmond assigned me to work with you. You said you had need of elemental magic.
So you are the one of them, yes?
I am. The others are greeting Osmond's colleague at the docks. I was instructed to take you to them.
Very well then, lead on. What is your name?
I don't have it. My name is, the DM has not thought of one yet because I need to go to the random name generator. I'll do this later.
Face McGee. Didn't I meet you
Sure,
in
for
another
comment.
life?
All right, so you follow this guy down to the docks where you see a rather unusual sight. You see a Scarring Guardian in Galleon just docked there. That's not unusual these days. There are actually many Scarring Guardian ships out in the water right now. But out in front of it, you see what looks like a line of people who are obviously scholars, and there's a guy there. You can't quite see his face, but he's wearing some kind of gold mask. It looks like that covers his whole head. And as you approach, you begin to hear what he's saying.
Adonis, you can get more than
God damn it, YouTube.
You should have had it ready.
Yeah, I really should have, but I didn't. So.
I don't want any Dominoes. I'm good.
All right, but yes, as you approach, you begin to hear him speak. Welcome to Syria, gentlemen. I will not lie. The chances of your survival are small. Some may even turn against your friends as living corpses. But you have my word that I will entomb your bodies unto Moor's garden. This is the greatest reward, more than even gold, for the fate of your soul is an eternal concern. Now come, strike down to these undead hordes. Allow me to find this enchanted amulet. I ask not for my own sake, but for the glory of the Empire.
I just looked at the Alchemist and goes, "The fuck is that guy?"
That is Professor Balthasar Gelt. He's Oswin's colleague.
I'd like to see a picture, please.
Sure.
I asked for a chemist. What the hell am I getting this guy?
Okay, I need to find one that. Okay, you know what? This will do. It's the closest thing I could find. Without the spikes on his mask, this.
Okay.
And actually, as he turns to look in your direction, you see he doesn't appear to have a face. He's just wearing a full gold mask that covers the entire thing. He's like, Dr. Fritz, I presume.
Yes.
Professor Balthasar Gelt, Balthasar Gelt, Professor of Chemistry and Alchemical Studies of the Hallamstral Magic University. It is an absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Same. Like, Nox is taken aback by this, like, what the fuck? And now he's thinking back, like, okay, it's a different form of clown, but yes.
Mm-hmm. He's like, seeing as you are here, allow me to introduce you to my finest students who will be working as our assistants. In order, Mr. White, Mr. Pink, Mr. Blonde, Mr. Blue, Mr. Orange, and Mr. Brown.
They're gonna shoot me, aren't they?
You don't know that. Not yet.
I just push everyone out of the way. Wait a minute, everyone move! I push them all away. That one! And I'm pointing at Pink. That's my favorite.
Pardon?
Because he's the only one acting like a fucking professional here.
He's the only one that lived.
Mm-hmm. So I've got fucking reservoir dogs in my house, so...
Actually, about that. If you pay very close attention to the ending of Reservoir Dogs...
Well, he gets shot while he's still talking.
Yeah, you hear gunshots in the background.
Yeah, but when they actually zoom in, you actually hear him go, "Fine, I'm shot," like he's still alive. He got captured, though.
But yeah, Grant, you asked for lab assistance. You got lab assistance.
I didn't expect this. Like, I'm thinking of the clown going, I bet he did this shit on purpose.
This guy's the professor of chemistry and alchemical studies. If there's anything who knows anything more about alchemy, it's this guy.
It's me, is what it is. I don't know what this dude does, but I think he's taking his own product.
It's like,
but okay,
but yes.
I'll happily accept the help of the dogs and this dude. I'm like, okay.
All right. So, do not forget to add this list of names to the people who are employed by you. So yeah, this is a list of named characters who you can command.
I just gotta keep an eye out on Mr. Blonde. He's gonna cut. There's gonna be a witch hunter that comes in to inspect the place. He's just gonna cut his ear off.
Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
But okay then.
So yeah, but yes, with that resolved, end scene.